Witch's Craft, Vampires and Wine, Book 6, Morgana Best, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Christy Bennett, audiobook copyright 2018 by Morgana Best, copyright 2026 by Morgana Best. Chapter 1. The off-leash dog beach was all but deserted. A man with 5 Dalmatians had passed us earlier, and now there was just a thin man running with a red kelpie. I usually loved walking along the off-leash dog beach at Lighthouse Bay, but today my senses were on full alert. The sky had been bright and sunny that morning. Now the static electricity in the air was tangible, signalling a brewing storm. Coastal storms could come with no warning, and I assumed that was why the beach had been abandoned. There had been several news reports lately of people being struck by lightning on beaches in Sydney and Newcastle. In fact, I had always avoided going to the beach when a thunderstorm was approaching. But now I had no choice. Nothing was going to keep me away from seeing my parents again, not after 5 years. The sand was hot under my feet. I automatically took a step to my left, onto the sand left damp by the ebbing tide, deftly avoiding a small jellyfish as I did so. The blue jellyfish in these parts could inflict a nasty sting. I tried not to stare at the approaching figures in case we were being watched. I looked out to sea and forced my attention on a ship on the horizon. There was only so long I could stare at that, so I turned my attention to the helicopter overhead, the local helicopter that daily looked for sharks so it could warn the swimmers. Only the other day the beach had been closed due to shark sightings. I rubbed my forehead and tried to force myself to concentrate. Lucas had said to act normal, but how was that even possible? I had not seen my parents in 5 years. They had gone missing, so I'd been informed, while on sabbatical in Kyrgyzstan, and the Australian government had officially pronounced them missing. It had only been recently I had found out that they did it to keep me safe. I still had trouble understanding the politics between the council and the other. All I had managed to grasp so far was that the council was peaceable, whereas the other wanted to wipe out shifters. Still, I couldn't help wondering if things weren't so black and white. A friend of my parents, Beckett Maxwell, had told me there was an attempt on my mother's life, and that was what had prompted her to leave. Beckett was murdered within minutes of telling me that. While my mother was missing, no one else could be voted onto the council. Membership was hereditary, I knew that much. I was next in line. If someone managed to murder my mother, then I would have a seat on the council. After the attempt on my mother's life, she had gone into hiding to protect me. I looked up. It didn't seem that my parents were much closer. I let out a sigh and sensed Lucas tense beside me. Beckett Maxwell had been about to tell me something about my parents just before a man working for the other murdered him. What had he been about to tell me? I assumed I would soon find out. If my parents had come back to Australia, I would surely be able to meet with them again. My only contact could not be this walk on the beach. That made me wonder why we were having this meeting. I would certainly ask Lucas about it later. The sound of the waves was interrupted by the seagulls screeching overhead and the sound of the helicopter as it moved closer on one of its circuits. People didn't usually swim at the off-leash dog beach because there were no flags, and there were signs warning of dangerous rips. The other end of the dog beach was actually a swimming beach. I had never gone to the swimming beach, given that I was something of an introvert and not exactly a people person. A brisk wind came up, moving the sand sharply across my bare legs. I bent down to rub my legs, but the wind passed quickly. I was almost upon my parents now. What would I do? What would they do? Lucas touched my elbow briefly and dug his fingers into my arm ever so slightly. I figured that was a warning. Perhaps we were being watched. I certainly hoped not. In fact, I doubted it, because my mother would be in serious danger if anyone knew she was there. Still, I supposed Lucas didn't want to take any chances, and I realised that if anything, Lucas and I were probably the ones being watched, so we could not do anything to draw attention to my parents. I nodded slightly, drawing a puzzled look from Lucas. My parents were closer now. I did not know whether or not to stare at them. I wondered if someone had a telescope trained on my face, but then I figured that would be impossible given the angle. I stepped over some shells and some pretty polished stones scattered across the wet sand in front of my feet. I had always wanted to take some for the cottage, but remembered someone once saying no one should take things from the sea. I didn't know if that was true, but I hadn't been game to risk it. My parents were close now. Lucas edged me up onto the beach a little so my parents would pass on the waterside. I did my best to calm my breathing and pretend I was passing any other couple walking on the beach. I figured we would stop and chat, and wondered how to make it look natural. I never stopped to chat to strangers on the beach unless they had dogs. I wondered how this was all going to play out, but figured Lucas had it under control. I would have to trust him to know what to do. After all, I had only discovered I was a vampire a short time ago, and I assumed he had known he was one for years. My parents were close. I locked eyes with my mother, and then my father. I could see my mother biting her lip. She looked as though she might cry. I wondered again whether I should say, "Nice day, do you think it will rain?" or something banal like that. But I figured I would follow Lucas's lead. They were close now, so close I could almost reach out and touch them. I realised how much they had changed in 5 years. Or was it simply a disguise? They both had different hairstyles. My father's normally curly hair was now cut short, and my mother's former short red hair was now long and chestnut brown. I feared we would walk past them without saying anything, when suddenly my father tripped. It seemed to happen in slow motion, but as he was in mid-air, it struck me this was a ruse, a way for us to go to him. Lucas and I hurried over to him. I saw him slip something into Lucas's hands. Lucas helped him to his feet. My father dusted himself down. "Thank you for that," he said with a forced chuckle. His face was strained. I realised it was all something to be played out under the assumption people were watching. I desperately wanted to hug them both, but I knew that would put them in grave danger. In fact, that was all that stopped me. They smiled and walked away. I stood, rooted to the spot, but Lucas whispered urgently at me, "Pepper." He took my arm and gently steered me in the other direction. I walked slowly with him away from my parents, the dark clouds in the sky mirroring my mood. Chapter 2. I don't know how I made it back to Mugwort Manor without saying anything to Lucas. It seemed to take an age, as if everything was happening in slow motion. Once I turned around, I scanned the beach for any sign of my parents, but they were gone. A crack of thunder overhead at least allowed us the excuse to walk faster. We reached Mugwort Manor just as the first drops of rain fell. Brina made to run out the door, and I blocked her automatically. She was a shifter cat, and as yet had been unable to tell us why she had been stuck in her cat form for years. She was still having trouble acting as a human, which meant we had to hide her from other people. She still had her cat characteristics, and tried to run out the door at every opportunity. It was difficult for me to think of Brina as my former cat Hecate. Aunt Agnes loomed over me. "What's wrong, Valkyrie?" "I assume we're alone in the house?" Lucas asked her. Aunt Agnes nodded. "Yes, we only have one boarder at the moment, a Mr. Jones. He is a rather irritating man." She would have said more, but Aunt Dorothy interrupted. He says he hates pets. He emailed us I don't know how many times to say we had to keep pets away from him. She giggled. As soon as he arrived, Brina sat on his lap. Aunt Agnes waved a hand at her. Hush, Dorothy. Lucas is trying to say something, and Valkyrie is clearly stressed, as she turned to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of witch's brew. I'll pour some for the two of you. You look like you could use some. I thought Lucas would decline in his hurry to tell us what happened, but he took the goblet and thanked Aunt Agnes. It was all I could do not to scream with impatience. I had just seen my parents, who had been presumed missing and possibly dead for the past 5 years. I had recently discovered they were alive, yet to my dismay, everyone was making inconsequential small talk and drinking wine. Sure, it wasn't the usual wine, but the potent witch's brew which all vampires needed to supply their daily vitamin and mineral requirements. Brina sat on the floor and rubbed her head on my knee, and I took a large gulp of witch's brew by way of response. I just saw my parents on the beach. Aunt Agnes dropped the bottle, but Maud caught it mid-air. She placed it on the table next to a large purple candle covered with pentagrams and emitting the pungent smell of asafoetida, commonly known as devil's dung. It was aptly named. The aunts let out a string of language that made my ears burn. Lucas, too, looked shocked. You had better start at the beginning, Aunt Agnes said, motioning that we should all sit at the table. I just want to know what that note says, I blurted out. What note? The aunts asked in unison. Lucas told me to go for a walk on the beach with him. We know that, dear, Aunt Dorothy said. We were here at the time. It wasn't that long ago. Let me see. It was only about an hour ago. Or was it slightly more than an hour? She asked herself. Aunt Agnes rubbed her forehead. Please go on, Lucas, she said. Pepper's parents called me very briefly and said to meet them at the beach and that we were to act as if we didn't recognise them, he said. That was all they said. When we got there, Pepper's father pretended to fall and slipped this note into my hand. I had no idea they were back in the country, Aunt Agnes exclaimed. Then again, that's what they would want everyone to think. What does the note say? Lucas handed the note to me. I opened it and read it aloud. Meet us at the tunnel, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's strange, Lucas began, but Aunt Dorothy interrupted him. Yes, it is. I'm sure they're better educated than that. Aunt Agnes frowned deeply. What on earth are you going on about now, Dorothy? Tautology, of course. Dorothy shot Agnes a piercing look. Why did they say a.m. as well as morning? They could have said 7 tomorrow morning or 7 a.m. A.m. and morning mean the same thing. It's very strange that they would say both. She tapped her chin and looked off into the distance. Maybe they're imposters. Agnes groaned aloud. I'm sure Valkyrie would recognise her own parents. What tunnel? I heard my voice come out too loudly, but I didn't care. What tunnel? I said again. You didn't tell me there was a tunnel. Why do you always keep things from me? The aunts exchanged glances. We didn't want to overburden you with information, Valkyrie dear, Aunt Agnes said in a bored tone. There is a tunnel under this house, but we haven't used it in years. She waved one hand in dismissal. Where does it go? I asked them. Aunt Agnes shifted in her seat. Go on, tell her, Maud said. It comes out as a secret passageway in Henry Icor's house. My uncle's house, Lucas said, but I had no idea. Aunt Dorothy reached across the table and patted him on his cheek. But of course you wouldn't know. How could you? Henry died. He was murdered suddenly overseas. He wasn't expecting to be murdered, of course, so he didn't have time to tell you everything. Why is there a secret passageway between here and Henry Iker's house? I asked them. Aunt Agnes's face turned bright red. I think I mentioned that Henry and I were dating. Oh. I thought I had better not say any more. A passageway between two houses screamed a lot more than just simple dating. Still, Aunt Agnes was horribly embarrassed, so it wouldn't do to ask any more questions. Something occurred to me. Isn't this dangerous? Would the tunnel be discovered at Henry's house? Aunt Agnes frowned. What do you mean? Well, isn't it obvious? Lucas is here because his uncle's house is in a state of disrepair, so he's staying here while it's renovated. Lucas cleared his throat. This time he was the one to turn bright red. I haven't been completely honest with you all. He avoided my eyes as he spoke. Anger bubbled away inside me. Is there anyone in my life who tells me the truth? I snapped. Are you keeping secrets from me too? Aunt Agnes patted my hand. It's for your own good, dear. She turned to Lucas. You had better explain. When my uncle was murdered overseas, sure, I could have moved into his house, but I came here under the pretext that the house needed to be renovated so I could keep an eye on Linda's husband, Paul Williams. If you recall, he was under investigation. Aunt Agnes drank a whole glass of witch's brew in one gulp and then poured herself another. Yes, Paul Williams was a shifter and he illegally turned others into shifters. And then he was murdered right here on the property by a former taxidermist client of his. I interrupted her. But after he was murdered, why didn't you go back to your uncle's house? Why did you continue to stay here in the cottage, pretending your uncle's house was being renovated? I had a good reason, Lucas said in an even tone. You were in danger, and I wanted to stay here to protect you. I fell silent, processing the information. I looked straight into Lucas's eyes. Is that the level of truth? Absolutely the truth, he said. With all this stuff with the other and the council, I needed to be close by to protect you. He said it firmly, as if he would brook no argument. Thank you, I said in a small voice. I had to admit, I liked having him around. The tunnel actually leads to a safe, hidden apartment Henry had built within his own house, Aunt Agnes said. Did you know that, Lucas? I knew about the secret apartment, but not about any secret passageway or tunnel, Lucas admitted. I assume Pepper's parents would be in that secret apartment right now. How would they get past your managers and any people who work at the winery? I asked Lucas. There is a back way in, so it wouldn't be difficult. Remember, it is a secret apartment after all, Lucas said. And my uncle had really good security in and around his house. That's why I suppose they had to wait to murder him until he was overseas. Well then, if there's a tunnel, why can't I go and see my parents right now? I jumped to my feet, but Lucas put a restraining hand on my arm. Because we have to do exactly what your parents said. This is a dangerous situation, Pepper. I felt as if 1,000 volts of electricity were running through me. Today was the first time I had seen my parents in 5 years. For years I had thought they were dead. I had finally seen them briefly, but was denied speaking to them. Lucas must have known what I was thinking. You could place your parents in danger if you do anything. They would come into this house if they could. You know that. We have to do as they say, nothing more and nothing less. I suppose so, I said with great reluctance. We need to talk about this some more, of course, but there's a pressing matter. I had a complaint from that boarder, Ethelbert Jones, Aunt Agnes said. He said there was a serious problem with the cottage, and I had to go over there and sort it out within 5 minutes. I suppose the 5 minutes would be up by now. She looked at her phone. Did he say what the problem was? Lucas asked her. No, but I don't think he's going to be someone who is easy to have around, With that, Aunt Agnes hurried out the door. "Where is this tunnel?" I asked the aunts. Aunt Maud reached across the table and poured some more witch's brew into my goblet. "We'll show you in the morning." I waved one finger at them. "You don't trust me, do you? You think I'll go to the tunnel now and try to get my parents, isn't that right?" "Of course not," Aunt Maud said, just as Aunt Dorothy said, "Yes, that's exactly what we think." I groaned and put my head between my hands. Lucas patted me on my back. "Peppa, I know this is a shock for you, and it's so soon after you were kidnapped by Weston Maxwell that you haven't had time to process it. Your parents really do know best. They are the ones who are in danger from the other, and we have to do exactly what they say." I nodded. I wasn't one to be patient at the best of times, and this was too much. I drained my glass of witch's brew and then sat on my hands. Aunt Agnes burst through the door, scaring Brina, who hissed and ran out of the room. "He's dead," Aunt Agnes said. "Ethelbert Jones is dead." Chapter 3. All the colour had drained from Aunt Agnes's face. "He was murdered." Aunt Dorothy crossed her arms over her chest. "This could not come at a worse time, not with Valkyrie's parents arriving back right now. It is inconvenient." "It's always an inconvenient time to be murdered, Dorothy," Aunt Agnes snapped. "Think of the poor man who is dead." "He didn't like pets," Dorothy retorted, as if that explained everything. Aunt Agnes nodded slowly. "Anyway, I'll have to call the police." "Are you sure he didn't die of natural causes?" I asked her. "When Beckett Maxwell died, the police thought it was natural causes and told me they should never be called for natural causes." "Mr. Jones was definitely murdered," Aunt Agnes said. "How do you know, Agnes?" Maud said. "Do you suddenly have medical experience?" Lucas and I exchanged glances. Lucas had remained silent throughout the whole exchange. "No, he was staked," Agnes said with a shudder. Aunt Dorothy let out a squeal. "Staked? There's a vampire hunter on the loose." Lucas finally spoke. "There's no such thing as vampire hunters." "He wasn't staked like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It wasn't that kind of stake. It was a stake." Maud nodded slowly. "I told you he ate too much. Did he choke on it? Or perhaps his liver finally gave out?" Dorothy nodded. "I agree with Maud. You could clearly see the man was not in good health. Perhaps he overate a lot of fatty food. Steaks aren't good for you." Aunt Maud snorted. "Don't be ridiculous. Steaks don't kill people, Dorothy." "What does?" "A bad case of flu, falling off a cliff." Aunt Agnes banged her fist on the table, causing all of us to jump. "It wasn't a steak like that, and I already told you it wasn't a steak like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It was an orchid steak." "An orchid steak?" I repeated. I was sure I hadn't heard her correctly. "What on earth is an orchid steak?" Aunt Agnes turned her attention to me. "Yes, didn't you know that Ethelbert Jones was here for the orchid show? That's why he had all his orchids with him. That's why he specifically requested a cottage with a sunny north room, and that's why we put him in the retro cottage." I shook my head. I was totally unaware that Mr. Jones had brought orchids with him, and I didn't even know there was a local orchid show. Aunt Agnes was still talking. "Yes, that's why he has an orchid stake through his head. It was a sharper one than usual, of course," she said. "You know, the stakes they put in orchid pots to hold the orchids upright." "I've never really thought about orchids," I confessed. "We'll have to call the police," I added, wondering why no one had done so. "The timing is a bit too strange for my liking," Lucas said. "I wonder if Mr. Jones was connected in some way with the other." I'll have to check my connections." "Should you check them before we call the police?" Aunt Agnes said. Lucas rubbed his chin. "I suppose we should call the police now, but I really don't like it. It seems strange that Pepper's parents come back after 5 years and suddenly someone is murdered in one of the cottages." "People always get murdered in the cottages." Aunt Dorothy waved one hand at us and nodded slowly. We all stared at her. "Dorothy!" Aunt Agnes snapped, but Aunt Maud chipped in. "I'm afraid Dorothy is right," she said. "Several people have been murdered in the cottages." "But not all have been to do with the council or the other," Aunt Agnes said confidently. I tried to go back through the catalogue of murders to see if she was right. Talos Sparks, the wine scientist who made witches' brew, was murdered by shifters. Joseph Maxwell was murdered by the other. Linda's husband was murdered because he was a taxidermist and he threw a client's deceased stuffed dog across the room. It wasn't actually the real deceased dog, Aunt Dorothy reminded me. That was precisely the problem. Aunt Agnes poured herself another glass of witch's brew. "I think we should call the police. They will only question me because I was the one who found him. Valkyrie, we will particularly need to keep you and Lucas out of this. Let's all get our stories straight before the police come. I will say I was speaking with Mr. Jones on the phone just as Lucas and Valkyrie came through the door." Aunt Dorothy gasped. "You say we should lie to the police?" Aunt Agnes turned to her. "Hush, Dorothy. It wouldn't be the first time, and it was only to say Valkyrie and Lucas arrived just as Mr. Jones called us." I shuddered. That means the murderer was either here at the time or was very close. I didn't see anyone, did you, Lucas? As soon as I asked, I realised Lucas would already have said if he had. "No, and I didn't sense anything either, but I was so focused on your parents, Pepper." He shook his head. "I know I keep saying this, but the timing can't be a coincidence." "Hopefully it is," I said, and then felt bad about using the word hopefully in the same context as a murder. I don't know anything about orchids, but I saw an episode of Midsummer Murders where an orchid grower was murdered by rival orchid growers. These orchid growers must take things really seriously. In fact, I think I saw that episode about 5 times. "It's one of my favourite shows," Aunt Dorothy said. "I like Ben, but I'm still not sure whether I like the original Barnaby better than the new Barnaby." Aunt Agnes stood up. "Am I the only sane person in the room? I'm going to call the police. All of you be quiet." She stormed out of the room and then poked her head back through the door. "Where is Hecate? I mean Brina. We can't have the police seeing her at all. If they do, they'll question her, and she won't be able to tell them anything about her past. That won't do at all." "What can we do with her?" I said. "If we lock her in a room, she'll scratch on the door to get out." "You decide. I've got to call the police." With that, Aunt Agnes slammed the door. I shot Lucas a stricken look. "What are we going to do with Brina? We can't have the police taking her in." Lucas patted my arm, sending tingles of electricity through me, as always with his touch. "I'll help you find her." "I wonder if I should take her to one of the rooms upstairs and wait with her until the police go," I told him. He shook his head. "No, the police will want to speak to you as well as the aunts. You might as well get it over with. They shouldn't want to speak to us again because Agnes was the one who found the body and none of us were at the scene." "What do we do with the cat?" I asked him. "Maybe you could convince her to turn back into her animal form," Lucas suggested. Aunt Maud snorted rudely. "Have you ever tried to convince a cat to do something she didn't want to do?" Lucas nodded. "I suppose you're right. Anyway, the first thing we have to do is find her, and then we will have to try to explain things to her." I walked into the formal dining room looking for Brina, but she was nowhere to be found. I skirted around Aunt Agnes, giving her a small wave. She was still on the phone to the police. "Brina! Brina!" I called out, and when that didn't work, I called out, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty!" I finally found Brina in the living room, curled up in front of the fireplace in her human form. I tapped her shoulder. She jumped up and hissed at me, and then made a sound that sounded suspiciously like a purr. "Brina, do you remember Mr. Jones, the new boarder?" Brina hissed, and then nodded. "He's dead," I said. "You could have broken the news to her more gently," Aunt Dorothy said behind me. I ignored her and kept talking. "The police will be here soon to question us all, but not you. Is it possible you can go back into your cat form while the police are here?" Brina looked at me doubtfully, so I added, "Or maybe we could lock you in a room upstairs with a saucer of milk." Brina's eyes widened, so she clearly didn't like that idea. I took a deep breath and said in the most patient tone I could muster, "We don't want the police to question you because they would ask you where you came from. In fact, they would ask you where you're living now and ask you a lot of questions you can't answer. You don't want that, do you?" She shook her head. "Well then, you think you can turn back into a cat?" At that inopportune moment, Aunt Agnes burst through the door. I rang the local cop shop and they patched me through to the detectives, who unfortunately happened to be out this way. They're coming right over. "Quick, into the kitchen, and please change into a cat," I said to Brina. We all hurried in the direction of the kitchen. I turned and looked over my shoulder just as the police knocked on the door. Aunt Agnes must not have noticed Brina was still in the foyer, because she opened the door to the detectives. "Come in." Chapter 4. Detectives Oakes and Detective Mason pushed through the door. "Where's the body?" Oakes barked. "In one of the cottages," Aunt Agnes said. "He's a boarder. Well, I should say he was a boarder." "Who discovered him?" Oakes asked. Aunt Agnes pointed to herself. "I did, just then. Will I take you to the body?" "Yes, the rest of you can stay here with Detective Mason. No one is to move until I get back. Is that understood?" We all nodded, and Aunt Agnes took off in the direction of the retro cottage with Detective Oakes on her heels. Detective Mason ushered us into the living room. We all sat down. Detective Mason looked around the room, presumably for somewhere to sit, and then chose the bright red velvet grandmother chair. It was too small for his large frame, and the fact he had to sit bolt upright in it gave him a rather commanding air. "What happened?" he asked, pulling a notepad out of his pocket. "Was Mrs. Agnes Jasper alone when she discovered the victim?" Aunt Maud was the one to answer. "Yes, the rest of us were in the kitchen eating breakfast. Mr. Jones called to say there was a problem, and one of us had to go there within 5 minutes. She paused, but he waved her on. "And a few minutes later, Agnes raced back into the kitchen and said he'd been murdered." "How did you know he was murdered?" Mason asked, his pen hovering over his notepad. "Agnes, no doubt, told the officer on the phone that he was murdered with a stake," Dorothy said. "Why are you asking us this? Are you trying to trap us? Do you suspect one of us did it? If one of us did it, we wouldn't be so silly as to murder someone here. Besides, we didn't even know him well enough to dislike him. Well, of course, he didn't like pets, so I'm not sure that anyone would have liked him, given the circumstances." Mason appeared confused. He shifted in his seat and then crossed his legs before uncrossing them. I figured he was wondering if he could sit somewhere else and debating whether or not he should do so. At least Brina wasn't in the room. I cast a worried glance around the room, wondering if she had changed into her cat form. There seemed to be nowhere for a human to hide, given the aunt's taste for antiques. The room was crammed full of all manner of Victorian antiques, with a few Edwardian pieces of furniture thrown in. It served to give the room a rather gloomy, cheerless appearance, and the fact the curtains were drawn didn't help at all. I stood up. "Where are you going?" Mason asked me. "To open the curtains, since it's so dark in here," I said. "Is that all right?" He waved his hand in the direction of the curtains. "Sure." As I got up, I tripped over one of the boxes that had contained a newly arrived antique Aunt Agnes had ordered the other week and had only recently unpacked. Aunt Agnes loved it. It was a bronze-mounted Majolica cachapo in vivid colours of bright blue and green, with huge ceramic flowers stuck all over it. At least that's how it looked to me. The aunts had wasted no time whisking it up to their altar room. I heard a yell and looked down. To my horror, Brina, in her human form and thankfully clothed, was curled up inside the box. Unfortunately, Detective Mason followed my gaze. "Why is that person hiding in the box?" he barked. Brina shot out of the box, hissed at Detective Mason, and ran over to the fireplace. "This is my niece from France," Aunt Dorothy said, earning her a glare from Aunt Maud. "She's just arrived in town and doesn't speak English." "Well, that's all very well, but why was she hiding in a box?" Mason said. "She wasn't hiding," Aunt Maud said in a commanding tone. "She suffers from agoraphobia. When Agnes ran back here and said the man was murdered, it set off her agoraphobia, so she needed to be in an enclosed space." I looked at Mason to see if he was buying it. He pulled a face, shook his head, and then looked down his notepad. "All right then. Now you said a stake. He was murdered by a stake through the heart. I wonder if this could be teenagers acting out scenes from Buffy the Vampire Slayer." He paused to scratch his head. "I do believe there are reruns of it at the moment on Foxtel." "Not that sort of stake," Aunt Maud snapped. "An orchid stake." Mason looked even more confused than before. "I don't know what an orchid stake is," he confessed. Aunt Maud continued in a patient tone. "Well, Mr. Jones was here to attend the orchid show. According to him, he was a well-known orchid grower. You know those stakes, the ones they tie orchids to in order to make them stay upright?" She gestured to a row of orchids on a 19th century Burr walnut roll-top desk. "Oh, so you grow orchids too?" Mason said in an accusatory tone. "Of course not. They are fake orchids," Aunt Dorothy said. "This room is too dark for real orchids, so we have fake orchids. They're realistic, aren't they?" Without waiting for Mason to answer, she crossed over to the orchids. A crashing sound startled me. I swung around and saw Brina standing next to the mantelpiece. A vase was lying on the floor. Aunt Dorothy looked over her shoulder. "Our niece has poor fine motor coordination." She brought the orchid over and showed Mason. "See, this is a fake stake. Actually, it's probably a real stake, but the plants are fake and plastic." Mason pulled out the stake. "It seems hard to believe something like this could have killed someone." Aunt Maud shrugged one shoulder. "As Dorothy said, this is only holding up a fake orchid. Perhaps the real stakes are more substantial. I wouldn't know about that." She returned to put the orchid back. Detective Mason pointed to Brina. "Why is she doing that?" Brina was sitting on the ground next to the fireplace, munching cat grass overflowing from a brass potted plant holder. "Well, she's a vegan," Aunt Maud said, "and she's on a special raw diet. All greens, you know, for a digestion." Detective Oakes returned at that moment. "Forensics are on their way," he said to Mason. "To us," he said, "no one is to go near that cottage until I give you the all clear. Understood?" We all muttered that we understood. "Now tell me about this Mr. Jones." "It was his wife who booked," Aunt Agnes said, "although there were plenty of follow-up emails from him about pets. I expect you'll be the one to break the news to her, Detective Oakes." He nodded. Quite so. I'll get her details from you before we leave. And what town is he from again?" He's from Nelson Bay, Aunt Agnes said. I remember that much. He says he's been coming to the orchid show here for many years, but this was the first time he'd chosen to stay with us. And the last, Detective Oakes muttered. Did he say why he chose to stay with you? Aunt Agnes nodded. Yes, he sent us several emails about it. He used to stay at one of the bed and breakfasts in town, but then they adopted a cat, and he hates pets. He hated pets so much that he sent us lots of emails making sure there were no pets in the cottages. Was he allergic to cats or something? Oakes scratched his head. Aunt Maud answered, No, he made that clear. He said he absolutely disliked all animals. And so you hadn't met him before his arrival? No, we all said in unison. And you maintain you hadn't seen him this morning? When did you last see him? I will ask you one by one. He pointed to each of us in turn, but all of us said we hadn't seen him since the previous day. He then asked us all in turn what we had been doing that morning. We all said we'd been eating breakfast and chatting, and that no one had left at all until Aunt Agnes had the message. What time was the message? He asked Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes took over her phone and showed him. He pulled out his own phone and took photos of her messages. And did you see or hear anyone that morning? Anyone at all? Do you have a cleaner or a gardener? Yes, we have a cleaning lady, but she wasn't here today, Aunt Agnes said. Like I've already told you, we were all sitting here for hours having a good chat over breakfast, and then I got that message. We chatted for a few minutes more, and then I thought I'd better go over and speak to the man. I found him with the orchid stake through his head. How did you know it was an orchid stake? He asked Aunt Agnes. Are you an orchid fancier as well? I love orchids, but I can't grow them, I'm afraid, Aunt Agnes said sadly. She pointed to the orchids we had just shown Detective Mason. I have to have the fake ones there. Actually, it might not be an orchid stake. It could be something else. But the fact that he was an orchid fancier, and the fact it looks like the stakes on my fake orchids, made me assume it was an orchid stake. Detective Oakes nodded slowly. Quite so, quite so. I do believe you might be right. Is there anything else you can tell me about him? Aunt Agnes bit her lip. No, not really. As I said, he had never boarded with us before. He particularly asked for a cottage that had a good north room so he could put his orchids in it. We assigned him the retro cottage. Did he see photos of that cottage before he booked it? Detective Oakes raised his eyebrows. Well, I have no idea, but he said he didn't care about the decorating. He only cared about good north light for his orchids, Aunt Agnes explained. He arrived yesterday and was sitting right where Detective Mason is sitting now. Mason shifted in his seat. Aunt Agnes pushed on. He said again that he didn't like pets, and then we showed him to the cottage. There was no word from him until I got that text from him this morning, and when I went over I found him dead. That was the only contact any of us had with him. And you said you don't have any other boarders at the moment? Oakes asked. Only Lucas here, Aunt Agnes said, but he's a long-term boarder. We don't have any new boarders, and we're not expecting any in the next week. All right, Mrs. Jasper, would you fetch me any other details you have on him? If you could give me a printout, that would be wonderful. Aunt Agnes left the room, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't getting the vibe he considered any of us to be suspects. Oakes turned his attention to us once more. I don't want to upset you ladies, but the murderer must have been outside while you were having breakfast. Are you sure you didn't hear anything? You don't have a dog, do you? Brina hissed at the mention of the word dog. Mason looked at her. Who is that girl, and why is she playing with that ball of wool? This is my niece, Aunt Dorothy said. She's agoraphobic. Detective Oakes frowned for a long time and then said, Did I ask if you had a dog? We don't have a dog, I said, and we didn't see anyone around. We didn't hear or see a car. We didn't see anything at all, or hear anything. Detective Mason piped up. You know, maybe the murderer sent the text asking to speak to the Jasper sisters. Oakes folded his arms over his chest. And why precisely would a murderer do that? Mason appeared a little nervous. Well, you know, to throw off the time frame. Maybe he murdered the victim the night before and then returned to send the text, so people would think the victim was murdered in the morning. I saw it on an episode of Death in Paradise. Oakes could barely keep the exasperation out of his voice. What earthly purpose would the murderer have for doing that? Forget I said anything, Mason said, clearly discomforted. Aunt Agnes returned and handed a bunch of papers to Detective Oakes. Is there anything else we can do for you? Do you need me to come down to the station to make a witness statement? Oakes shook his head. No, the statement I took from you in the cottage should suffice. We'll be in touch if we need anything else. These orchid growers take things very seriously, apparently. I looked over at Brina, who was swinging from the bottom of a curtain, swatting at a fly. Aunt Agnes wasted no time showing the detectives out. Chapter 5. Aunt Agnes stood at the door, presumably to watch the police drive off. She shut the door behind her and leant against it. All right, all of you into the kitchen. We have to form a plan of attack. Soon we were all in the kitchen sipping witch's brew. All of us, that is, except Brina, who was sitting at the table slapping milk from a saucer. Occasionally she licked her hand and ran it over her face. I shook my head in despair. Would she ever act like a human? Aunt Agnes shoved her phone under my nose. I at once averted my eyes. I don't want to look at a murder victim, Aunt Agnes, I protested. Aunt Agnes muttered to herself and tapped her phone. She pushed the phone under my nose once more. I've cropped it so you can only see the murder weapon. Do you notice anything strange about it? Other than the fact that it's sticking out of a dead man's head, I said, shutting my eyes once more. Aunt Agnes snatched the phone back. There, I fixed it. Now what can you see? Lucas, Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud stood behind me, looking at Aunt Agnes's phone. Brina continued to wash her face with her hand. There's a pink sticker on it, Lucas said. Can you enlarge that, Pepper? I swiped my fingers across the screen to enlarge the pink sticker and held my fingers there. Why it is a sticker, I said. A strange pink sticker. There's writing on it, but I can't quite make it out. Aunt Agnes snatched the phone back, and she fiddled with it for a while and then said, Aha! It says sale. Aunt Dorothy slammed her fist on the table, startling all of us. Brina stopped grooming herself and hid under the table. I've got it, she proclaimed. That's our first clue to the murderer. Get a hold of yourself. Have you gone completely mad? Aunt Agnes scolded her. What on earth are you going on about, Dorothy? It is clear the murderer is a stingy person, Dorothy said. She tapped her chin and then added, a very stingy person. Imagine choosing a murder weapon that was on sale. What sort of a murderer would do that? A stingy murderer, that's who. We are looking for someone who is penny pinching. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes and groaned loudly. Sometimes I wonder about you, Dorothy. No, I'm afraid the murder is tied in with the other. I gasped. What? The other murdered that pet-hating man? How do you come to those conclusions, Agnes? Lucas said. He always was the voice of reason. I don't believe in coincidences, and it seems strange that a man would die just when Valkyrie's parents come back to town. I find that extraordinary. Surely that concerns you too, Lucas. Lucas nodded slowly. Yes, it does concern me greatly, but there is still the possibility, even a good possibility, that it's nothing to do with the other. Aunt Agnes made to speak, but Lucas held up one hand, palm outwards, to forestall her. It's too early to tell. And did you take any other photos? Of course I did. I found the body, allowed myself a few moments of shock, and then at once rallied and took photos of the entire room. Aunt Agnes was clearly quite pleased with herself. She handed her phone to Lucas. Lucas thumbed through all the photos too slowly for my liking. Do you see anything there that looks suspicious? I prompted him. Only the dead body. His tone was dry. He was a most unpleasant man, so perhaps lots of people didn't like him, Aunt Agnes said. People don't get murdered just because people don't like them, I told her. Otherwise, half the population of the world would be dead. It's a penny-pinching person, I tell you, Aunt Dorothy said. She was talking to the grandfather clock. Aunt Agnes jumped up, took Dorothy by the shoulders and led her to the table. Dorothy, you really need to get glasses. There's nothing wrong with my eyesight, Aunt Dorothy snapped. I knew the aunts were about to launch into a round of bickering, so I tried to think of something to forestall them. What should we do? I asked the aunts. No doubt the detectives will solve it if it isn't anything to do with the other. Yet, if it is something to do with the other, then we need to solve it. Lucas shook his finger at me. I don't know about this we, but I should certainly look into it. I am a cleaner after all. We all smiled and nodded, but I knew the aunts had no intention of not getting involved. Of course, a cleaner's duty was to find and punish any deeds by vampires that could cause discovery in the human world. Lucas was the one who had the legal right to investigate. How will your investigation begin, Lucas? Aunt Agnes said in a sugary tone. Lucas was not deceived. Exactly what are you up to, Agnes? He narrowed his eyes at her. When she didn't answer, he said, I'll have to go to the winery now. Now? I parroted. But I thought you said we couldn't have any contact with my parents until tomorrow in the tunnel. He shook his head. I'm not going to my uncle's house. I'm going to speak with the managers and just make sure they haven't noticed anything. Obviously, I won't ask them outright, but I'll make conversation and see how things are going. I want to make sure they haven't seen anyone sneaking around. I'll tell them there have been robberies in the area and ask them to keep a lookout. That's a good idea, I said. Lucas, do you think any of us are in danger? No, or I wouldn't leave you here, he said. If this murder is to do with the other, then at the very least one of the motives could be to keep us distracted. Perhaps the other suspect or even know that your parents are back in the country. But surely they wouldn't murder a random person to keep us distracted, I said. I wouldn't put anything past the other, Lucas said. We already know that they're keeping an eye on you all. Plus, there are plenty of ways to murder someone and make it look like an accident, and an orchid steak is hardly a subtle way of murdering someone. Perhaps whoever did it wanted the police to know it was a murder, and that does tie in. Aunt Maud interrupted him. And that does tie in with the other. That's a good point, Lucas. Someone could easily have slipped him some poison, but the murderer made no attempt to hide the fact it was a murder. She nodded slowly as she spoke. What are we supposed to do all day? I asked him. You're off to the winery, so we'll just sit around here as if nothing has happened. That's exactly what I want you to do. Lucas stood up and took his car keys out of his jeans pocket. Pepper, keep your phone on you at all times and call me if anything happens. Everyone, be wary of strangers and anyone else who comes to the door today. It does seem likely that the other are behind this murder, but we can't be sure, so everyone needs to be on their guard. As soon as Lucas left by the back door, Aunt Agnes got up and looked out the window. Wait right here, she said to us, and then hurried through the kitchen door. Moments later, she returned. Lucas has driven away, she said. This is what we're going to do, and we're going to go to the orchid show today. She seized a bottle of Florida water and tipped some on all of us. What the? I shrieked, wiping it from my eyes. You know about Florida water, Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes scolded me. We all need cleansing and protection due to the murder. I'm sure my eyes don't need cleansing, I muttered. So we're going to go to the orchid show to look for murderers or something like that. Aunt Agnes put the Florida water back on the shelf. Yes, exactly. Also, I'm trying to think if anyone local sells orchid stakes with pink stickers. There are a few plant nurseries in town. Maybe the hardware sells them as well, Maud said. Aunt Agnes nodded. Okay, the first thing we have to do is find out if it was a local orchid stake. But surely the police will do that, I said. Aunt Agnes sighed loudly. You are right, of course, Valkyrie, but the police won't tell us, will they? We will have to find out for ourselves. If this matter had nothing to do with the other, then we could leave it to the police. But since we don't know, we will have to investigate. I'll go out of the room and call the plant nurseries and the hardware, while you three can think up what we should do next. What should we do next? I asked the aunts as soon as Aunt Agnes left the room. Drink more witch's brew, Aunt Dorothy said. She refilled our glasses. Do you really think Ethelbert Jones was murdered by the other? I asked them. Aunt Maud and Aunt Dorothy exchanged glances. It seems strange that someone would murder him as soon as you see your parents for the first time in 5 years, Aunt Maud said. Aunt Agnes burst into the room. It's Mrs. Mumbles. Her voice held a note of triumph. She has steaks. I thought you were calling a plant nursery, not a restaurant. Aunt Dorothy wrinkled her nose. Aunt Agnes planted her palm on her forehead. Honestly, Dorothy, sometimes I really wonder about you. She had the orchid steaks on sale, and I found out they have pink labels on them. I wonder if she has anything against the victim, I said, more to myself than to the aunts. Well, Mrs. Mumbles herself wasn't there today. I spoke to one of her workers. She's at the orchid show. Things seemed to be coming together. I nodded. The orchid show. So she probably knew the victim since he attended every year. That's what we're all about to find out, Aunt Agnes said. We can ask some questions. No doubt word will have already got out that Mr. Jones was murdered, and so everyone will be talking about it. All we have to do is keep our ears open and speak to Mrs. Mumbles herself. Aunt Maud tapped her chin. It will be interesting to see who is exhibiting, and we can ask around to see if anyone had problems with the victim. Yes, we have it all sorted out, Aunt Agnes said. Oh, I'm just a little worried about leaving Brina home by herself. We left her home by herself when she was a cat, Aunt Dorothy pointed out. Chapter 6. It was raining now, the type of rain that sets in for days rather than a passing thunderstorm. We did need the rain. It hadn't rained in ages. The aunts and I were packed into Aunt Agnes's little car, and she was hurtling along a dangerous road. At least, I thought it was dangerous, but the aunts didn't seem to care. I clutched the side of the door for dear life. Are you sure this is the way to the orchid show? The aunts assured me that it was. Does everyone come on this road to get to it? I asked them. Yes, why wouldn't they? Aunt Agnes said, as she took a corner too fast. Aunt Agnes, would you please slow down? It's raining and we're going down hairpin bends. Aunt Agnes sighed, but did as I asked. I know the road, Valkyrie. I suppose it could seem a little unsafe to someone who wasn't used to it. I looked over the edge into the abyss. The convict-built road had no guardrail. In some places there were even no trees to stop a car that went over the edge from hurtling to the bottom of the mountain. I tried to tear my face away from the sheer drop, but was unable to do so. Make sure you turn your phone off, Valkyrie, Aunt Dorothy said. Lucas will want to know where you are. But if I don't answer, he'll panic, I protested. I presume Aunt Dorothy nodded, but I had my eyes firmly shut. I only opened them again when the car stopped. "Are we there yet?" I asked. "No, we have another 10 or so kilometres to go yet," Aunt Agnes said, and I opened my eyes to see a set of traffic lights. "Traffic lights in the middle of nowhere?" "Perhaps you can't see from where you're sitting in the back seat," Aunt Agnes said, "but the road narrows here and only one car can get through at a time. They have traffic lights so they can let both sides of traffic through in turn." I could scarcely believe my ears. How archaic! I stuck my head out the window and peered through the driving rain. Sure enough, there was a ghastly, narrow road winding around the edge of the mountain. Thankfully, this road did have a guardrail, but even so, the road was quite narrow. The light turned green and the car accelerated. It was a harrowing experience. And finally, we came to an intersection and turned right onto a good, wide road. "Is there another way back?" I asked in desperation. "Yes, but it takes an extra hour or two," Aunt Agnes said. I thought that a good idea, but the aunts didn't share my view. I looked at the map app on my phone. "I think it's just up there," I said. "Stop. We need to park here." Aunt Agnes screeched the car to a stop outside a mustard building. The words Community Hall Estated 1901 were emblazoned across the front in faded red paint. "I'll have to go around the block," Aunt Agnes lamented. "I think we overshot the parking area." We drove around the block and found the parking area readily enough. I jumped out of the car. Aunt Dorothy stepped out behind me. Aunt Maud got out of the front seat and held a large umbrella over me, while Aunt Agnes held an umbrella over Aunt Dorothy. We all hurried towards the hall. When we got to the door, we had to pay to get in. "How much is it?" Aunt Agnes asked the smiling man. $2 a person," he said. We duly paid him and he gave us a ticket each. We made to walk on, but the man sitting next to him called out to us. "You get a free ticket for the lucky door prize," he said. "It's a wonderful prize. You could win 5 bags of orchid fertiliser." Aunt Agnes's face lit up. I had no idea why. All the orchid fertiliser in the world wasn't going to help her fake orchids grow any better. We filled out our names, addresses and phone numbers on the slip of paper and dropped the paper in a box. The aunts took off. I was about to follow them when another man beckoned to me. "Everyone gets a free packet of liquid fertiliser," he said. I took mine and thanked him. Aunt Dorothy hurried back. "Did you say free liquid fertiliser?" she asked, clearly delighted. He handed her a packet too. "You don't have any orchids," I whispered to her. "But it's free, Valkyrie," she said gleefully. "Now let's go in and question some suspects." She patted me on my back and grinned from ear to ear. "I'll have to buy an orchid so as not to look suspicious," Aunt Agnes said. "You pick one, Valkyrie. You can have it. It will be a gift." I thanked her. I had to admit the orchids were awfully pretty. I would have to find out how to look after them. I was taken with the little golden one. There were some gorgeous pink and white ones, but they cost a lot more. I saw Aunt Agnes shooting me an impatient look, so I handed her the pretty golden one. "I'd like this one, please, Aunt Agnes." She grabbed it with one hand and then grabbed my arm with the other, pulling me over to the counter where people paid. "I'm buying this for my niece for a present," she said, "and then we'll go and look at the other orchids." "It's an orchid and foliage show," the lady said. "Foliage?" Aunt Agnes was seemingly at a loss. The woman simply smiled and nodded. "Do you think we're going to see who won the orchid prizes now?" Aunt Agnes asked the woman. "I expect Ethelbert Jones's orchids will have done well as usual." The woman's hand flew to her mouth. She leant forward, her tone conspiratorial. "Haven't you heard? He was murdered only this morning." Aunt Agnes gasped. "You don't say. Murdered? Are you sure?" "Yes, My sister's best friend's brother-in-law does filing at the police station, and he found out." "Who could possibly have murdered him?" Aunt Agnes said. The woman opened her mouth to speak, but a large man pushed in and dumped 2 huge orchids on the table. Aunt Agnes was clearly put out. She guided me to the wall. "She was about to tell me," she said. "So now let's mingle and we'll see what we can find out." The little hall was cramped and dark and gloomy, with the rain beating on the iron roof. I had been given a pamphlet at the door and looked at it now. It mentioned a talk on orchid care. I tugged at Aunt Agnes's arm. "Look, it says Alec Alden is giving a talk on orchid care." "That quiet and scary thin man?" she asked me. I nodded in his direction. Alec Alden was down one end of the hall, just in front of the stage, and the 5 rows of chairs in front of him were all filled. Everyone was leaning forward, clearly struggling to hear what he was saying. The rain was beating down outside, and I knew from experience that Alec Alden spoke in little more than a whisper. "Well, I didn't know he was an orchid fancier too," Aunt Maud said. "I thought he was only obsessed with roses." "Well, we know him, so we can ask him for information," Aunt Agnes said. "We just have to wait until he finishes his talk." Alec Alden seemed quite happy gesturing here and there to the myriad orchids on display. I doubted anyone could hear him, and I wondered why they continued to sit there. Aunt Maud tapped me on my shoulder. "Agnes, Valkyrie, there's Mrs. Mumbles." A muscle-bound woman with a shock of pink hair, Mrs. Mumbles had a commanding presence. She clutched baskets filled with orchid stakes and various items to her. "Leave the talking to me," Aunt Agnes said. "Hello, Mrs. Mumbles, isn't it?" Aunt Agnes said. The woman narrowed her eyes. "Yes." Her tone was curt. "I've bought plants from you before. Maybe you don't recognise me." The woman clearly didn't recognise Aunt Agnes, but she appeared to swallow Aunt Agnes's story. Her face softened. "Yes, forgive me. I have so many customers." Aunt Agnes waved her concerns away. "Yes, I've decided to get into orchids, but I don't know much about them. Do you sell any books on orchids?" Mrs. Mumbles nodded. "As a matter of fact, I do," she said. "I have a great book in stock, Orchids for Dummies." Aunt Agnes looked quite put out. Mrs. Mumbles did not appear to notice and pushed on. "And I have all varieties of orchids, and I can tell you how to look after them. I have Phalaenopsis and Cattleyas, both good for beginners. Now, some varieties love a lot of bright sunlight, but others not so much. The worst thing people can do with orchids is either give them too much water or not enough water." Her voice droned on, and as she unfolded the intricacies of orchid growing, Aunt Agnes's eyes glazed over, and I'm sure mine did as well. The other 2 aunts had taken the opportunity to leave. When Mrs. Mumbles paused for breath, Aunt Agnes butted in. "Yes, I can't wait to buy some orchids from you and get your good advice. Have you heard that Ethelbert Jones was murdered only this morning?" Mrs. Mumbles looked shocked, but her next words showed she had already heard. "It's all over town," she said. "Well, no one liked him. He didn't like pets." "I'm surprised he liked orchids then," Aunt Agnes said. Mrs. Mumbles appeared to be confused, probably trying to make the link between pets and orchids. "I wonder if someone killed him so they could beat his orchids in the show and win for a change," Aunt Agnes said. Mrs. Mumbles pulled a face. "No, Ethelbert Jones certainly doesn't always win. I mean, he didn't always win. We really don't have one person who wins more than another." She stopped speaking and looked into the distance. "Well, there's Killian Cosgrove who wins a lot, and I do quite well if I do say so myself. And then, of course, there's the expert, Alec Alden. who wins as well. And Joyce Batson has done well for herself today. She's won several of the foliage sections, as well as some of the orchid sections today. I know Joyce, Aunt Agnes said, elbowing me in the ribs. To Mrs. Mumbles, she said, but who could possibly have killed him? I suppose the police will find out soon enough, Mrs. Mumbles said. Then you assume he was shot. Mrs. Mumbles looked startled. Sorry? If the police knew he was murdered from the beginning, it means he must have had a knife sticking out of his back, or been shot, or something obvious. Mrs. Mumbles recovered. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't exactly know, but the police questioned me briefly this morning and wanted to know about my stock. She looked around the room and then whispered, They seemed very interested in these, and she pulled an orchid stake from her basket. Sure enough, it had a pink dot on it. They wanted to know who I'd sold these to recently. And did you tell them? Aunt Agnes asked, matching her tone. Mrs. Mumbles' jaw fell open. Are you kidding me? These things are cheap. I've had them on sale for ages. I don't keep a record of who buys these things, and I can't for the life of me remember who would have bought any in the past week. The police seem to think it was suspicious that I didn't know, but I can't remember everything I sell, now can I? After a few moments of silence, Aunt Agnes said, No, that's preposterous. The police seem quite unreasonable. Mrs. Mumbles shot her a warm smile. Exactly. She looked around the room before speaking. You see, it must be an orchid grower. Surely someone in this room murdered him, because he was here for the orchid show, and he was murdered with an orchid stake. Do you have any idea who could have murdered him? Aunt Agnes said. Well, I sold the orchid stakes, so the police will likely be suspicious of me, she said, rolling her eyes. And please don't listen to the rumours about Killian Cosgrove. People say Ethelbert Jones put mealybugs on his orchids. Everyone's talking about it. Of course, Killian didn't murder him, because no one would murder someone over mealybugs. It was Joyce Batson who had a bone to pick with him. Mealybugs? I repeated. They don't sound very nice. And are they some sort of parasite? Mrs. Mumbles appeared happy to talk about mealybugs. Oh yes, they look like little bits of cotton and they adhere to plants. The best way to get them off is with white oil, but you can't buy white oil anymore. These days they call it pest oil, but it's really white oil, only diluted as far as I know. Of course, you can get them off with soapy water or very diluted methylated spirits. It's better to use isopropyl wipes, actually. You have to repeat it in 10 or so days. I interrupted her. But how could Mr. Jones possibly put mealybugs on Killian Cosgrove's orchids? I asked her. It was last night, she said. The hall was open so everyone could bring their exhibits for today, and Ethelbert Jones was here first. Killian put his orchids in and left, but some other growers saw Ethelbert Jones bending over Killian's orchids, and they all had mealybugs. They couldn't possibly have had mealybugs before. Mrs. Mumbles looked at me as if I had taken leave of my senses. Of course not, she shrieked. No one would bring mealybugs to a show. No, it was very suspicious. But someone wouldn't kill someone over something like that, surely? I asked her. She shrugged. Of course not. Mealybugs are bad, but they're not the end of the world. No, someone murdered him for some reason. And I knew that was logical, but I was still trying to get the timeline right. Aunt Agnes apparently was feeling the same way. I actually ran a bed and breakfast, and he was boarding with us. He only booked in yesterday, and he wanted a sunny room for his orchids. Why would he want a room for his orchids if they were already here? These are just the orchids for today's show, she said. The show goes for a few mornings. You only bring the orchids for the next show the night before and leave them here. Then you take them back with you. I nodded. This orchid talk was doing my head in, but at least we had several suspects: Mrs. Mumbles, Killian Cosgrove, and the antique dealer. Alec Alden had finished his talk and was bent over, peering at a bromeliad. Mrs. Mumbles tapped Aunt Agnes on the shoulder. "Now see that man there, Alec Alden," she said. "I'll bet my bottom dollar he's the killer." Chapter 7. Alec Alden turned towards us. I stood, frozen to the spot. Had he overheard us? Alec Alden all but glided towards us. He had a spectral air about him. "It's the Jasper sisters," he whispered to us. I thought it a strange form of address. "And Miss Jasper as well," he added with a nod to me. "Did I hear Mrs. Mumbles mention my name?" Aunt Agnes was the first to recover. "Yes, I told her I was interested in growing orchids, and she said you had just given a talk on it. I missed it, I'm afraid." It sounded believable to me. I looked at him to see if he bought it. "It's hard to hear in here with the rain," he whispered. I readily agreed. It was hard to hear him at the best of times, even without the rain. "I heard there was a murder at your establishment this morning," he said. "I can't believe word got around town so fast." Aunt Agnes looked mighty displeased. "Well, this is a small country town," he said dismissively. "At least, that's what I thought," he said. "Are you a suspect, Miss Jasper?" He looked directly at Aunt Agnes. Her hand flew to her throat. "Oh, my goodness me, no! Why would you say such a thing?" He glanced around and leant forward. "I'm not one to gossip, but it is said you discovered the body." "Yes, I did, but the police don't suspect me," Aunt Agnes said. He offered a ghost of a smile. "I hope the police will find the perpetrator soon." "Do you know anyone who had a grudge against Mr. Jones?" I asked. Alec Alden turned his eyes on me. "I'm not one to gossip, but there is Mrs. Mumbles. Word has it he was blackmailing her." He shot another surreptitious glance around the room. "It's remiss of me to repeat gossip, but Mrs. Mumbles herself is one for gossip, so surely she can't complain if someone else gossips about her, now can she?" I had no idea whether the question was rhetorical, but I said, "No." "Why was he blackmailing Mrs. Mumbles?" Aunt Agnes asked in a low tone. "He was at the plant nursery one day, and he caught her in the callistemon bushes with her lover." I gasped. "Who was her lover?" Aunt Agnes said. "You will have to ask Mrs. Mumbles that." Alec Alden looked altogether too pleased with himself for imparting the information. "All I know is her lover was also a married man. Ethelbert Jones was a most unpleasant man and not known for his honesty, so I'm sure plenty of people had a grudge against him. But as for someone who had a grudge big enough to murder him, I must admit I'm at a loss. Still, if I had to hazard a guess, my money would be on Mrs. Mumbles herself." With that, he shot a nervous look around the room and tiptoed in another direction. "I always think he looks like the Grim Reaper," Aunt Dorothy said loudly. Aunt Agnes grabbed her arm. "Shush! He'll hear you." "He wouldn't know I was talking about him when I said he looked like the Grim Reaper, for goodness sake, Agnes," Aunt Dorothy said in a strident tone. "Well, it's interesting that we do have a suspect now," I said before an argument broke out. "But how does this tie in with you-know-who?" "This case seems to be one with too many vines entangled," Aunt Agnes said. "I think all we can do is investigate it as a normal murder, and that should lead us to the other matter." She clamped her hand over her mouth, no doubt realising she had said the words, "the other," albeit in a different context. "We need to ask Mrs. Mumbles why she said Alec Alden was the killer," I said. "She's speaking to those people there. Let's wait until we get an opportunity to ask her." "Good idea," Aunt Dorothy said, and she marched over and stood next to Mrs. Mumbles and the woman with whom she was in conversation, crossing her arms and tapping her foot impatiently. "Honestly, sometimes I really wonder about Dorothy," Aunt Agnes said for the umpteenth time. The woman speaking to Mrs. Mumbles appeared disconcerted and abruptly left. We hurried over to Mrs. Mumbles, but not fast enough to stop Aunt Dorothy speaking. Mrs. Mumbles, you said you thought Alec Alden could have murdered the victim. Why did you say that? Mrs. Mumbles' face turned bright red. I shouldn't have said anything. Forget I said anything. She made to move, but Aunt Agnes blocked her way. Come now, you can't say something like that and not follow through with it. Her tone was firm but friendly. She patted her on the shoulder. Mrs. Mumbles, Ethelbert Jones was murdered at my establishment, and I'd really like to know who did it. Mrs. Mumbles bit her lip. All right, but you didn't hear it from me. Ethelbert sold Alec Alden an expensive vintage car and said it had never been in an accident. It turned out it had been, and it fell in half or something. It fell in half, I said in disbelief. She shook her head. I don't know if it literally fell in half. All I know is that it had been in an accident. Alec Alden paid a lot for it. He only had it for 5 weeks or so, and then something really bad happened to it due to its previous accident. I don't know the details, she said again. Alec was absolutely furious. How long ago was that? Aunt Agnes asked her. Only about 5 weeks or so, like I just told you, she said with a frown. Quite recently. Didn't Ethelbert Jones come from Nelson Bay? I asked her. That's like, 3 hours from here or something? Why did he spend so much time here? He and his wife used to live in Lighthouse Bay, and then they moved to Nelson Bay. Ethelbert actually started the Orchid group here years ago, and he comes back for the shows. Is the Orchid show only on once a year? I asked her. She shook her head. No, they're actually on once a month, and then the Orchid Society meets at night. It's actually on tonight. He knew everyone here quite well, especially Alec Alden, if you get my meaning. I tried to process the information. I see, so the victim was well known to all the Orchid people in town. She nodded. Yes, and Alec Alden was furious. They had bad words over the car. It happened just before the last monthly meeting, and we could hear them yelling in the other room. You heard them yelling, I repeated. I didn't think anyone would hear Alec Alden yelling, let alone speaking in a normal tone. I know it seems Alec is quite mild-mannered, but he has quite a temper on him when he's upset. At any rate, that day Ethelbert Jones left early. A few people told Alec he should take Ethelbert to court, but Alec said he would deal with it himself, and he probably did. She leant across to us and winked. Excuse me, I need to see who won the Grand Champion in the foliage section. What's foliage? I asked Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes shrugged one shoulder. Beats me. Anyway, we're not here to discover what foliage is. We're here to discover the murderer of Ethelbert Jones. So far, we have a possible motive for Alec Alden and a motive for Mrs. Mumbles. We don't know if either are true, I pointed out. That's not the way it works, Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes scolded me. She held up one hand and ticked off her fingers one by one. First, we find out who had a possible grudge against the victim. Second, we investigate to see if there is any veracity to the allegations. Well, we've only got 2 suspects, I said. We need to find out more. One suspect is good enough if it's the killer, Aunt Agnes said. Aunt Maud stopped peering at a pretty orchid in various shades of purple and straightened up. The lady who takes the orchid sales money was about to say something. Aunt Agnes smiled. Go and find another orchid, Valkyrie. We headed back to the section where the orchids were for sale. Aunt Agnes took my orchid from me and showed it to the lady. I already bought this orchid, but I'm buying my niece another one. The woman waved us through. This time I chose a pretty white orchid with purple near the stem. It exuded a delightful raspberry fragrance. I hoped I would be able to care for it successfully. We headed back, and Aunt Agnes handed over $24 to the woman. Agnes came straight to the point. "We were here before, and you were about to tell us who you suspected in the murder of Ethelbert Jones." The woman looked taken aback, and for a moment I thought she would not say anything, but she finally did. "Yes, well, I don't know if he did it or not, but I know Alec Alden was angry with him over his car falling in half." "It really did fall in half?" Aunt Dorothy asked, but Aunt Agnes shushed her. "Yes, we've heard about Alec Alden, but you were going to tell us about someone else, weren't you?" "Oh, yes, there were plenty of people, and people supposedly saw Ethelbert Jones putting mealybugs on Killian Cosgrove's orchids last evening. But the one I was going to tell you about was the antique dealer in town." "Joyce Batson?" Aunt Agnes said. The woman nodded slowly. "Yes, they had a terrible argument. He sold her a fake painting. He gave her a fake receipt and a fake certificate of authenticity. She hung on to it for a while and then took it to auction, and it was revealed to be a fake. She was worried it would give her quite a bad name." "I didn't hear any of this," Aunt Agnes said. "How long ago was it?" "Very recently," the woman said. "She took it to the police or the Ford Squad, whatever. I don't really know, but he said he bought it in good faith, and he had been given the fake certificate of authenticity. They had a terrible argument about it." "She failed to mention that when I last bought an antique from her," Aunt Agnes said. "But then again, she wouldn't tell her personal business to everyone." Someone else put their orchid on the table, so we had to leave. "We've got a few suspects now," I said. "How many is that? 3? 4? Aunt Maud appeared. I hadn't noticed she was missing. She waved her phone at us. "I've got the business phone switched over to my mobile, and I've just had a call from a new boarder." "New boarder?" I echoed. "We don't have anyone booked in, do we?" Aunt Maud wiggled her eyebrows. "We do now. We have a new suspect. The victim's wife has just booked in, and she seems like a real nasty piece of work." Chapter 8. We hightailed it back to Mugwort Manor. We were all disappointed that we hadn't found out anything more specific, although Aunt Agnes at least was in good spirits that we did have several suspects. What's more, Lucas texted me to ask what I was doing, and I could honestly say I was about to book in the victim's wife. I left out the part about going to the orchid show to look for suspects. When we pulled up outside Mugwort Manor, a woman was leaning back against her car. Her arms were crossed, and the anger emanating from her was palpable. "That must be her," Aunt Dorothy said, somewhat unnecessarily. "At least the rain has stopped." As we got out of the car, the woman marched over to us. She looked like an army drill sergeant. "Names," she barked at us. Aunt Agnes stepped forward. "I'm Agnes Jasper, and these are my sisters, Dorothy and Maud. This is my niece, Valkyrie." "Papa," I said automatically. Aunt Agnes offered her hand. The woman looked at Aunt Agnes's hand as though it were a poisonous snake before taking it somewhat delicately, giving it a little shake and then dropping it like a hot potato. "I am Euphemia Jones," she said in the same raucous tones. "The police have informed me that my husband is dead." "I'm so sorry for your loss," Aunt Agnes said. "I've just identified his body," she barked. "As I had come to town, I will stay here. I know my husband paid in advance." "Because you're most welcome to take his place," Aunt Agnes said. "Well, not in the same cottage, of course. That's a police investigation zone. We can put you in another cottage, the jungle cottage." "At no expense to me, of course," she snapped. Aunt Agnes hurried to reassure her. "Of course not." A hint of a smile appeared on the woman's face. "And I shall expect a substantial discount." "Why?" Dorothy said. "Because my husband was murdered here, of course," She shot Dorothy a withering glare. Obviously. Her lips curled back. But that's hardly our fault, Aunt Dorothy said haughtily. We didn't murder him. It's not as if he slipped in the shower and cracked his head and died. It's not as if we gave him food that poisoned him to death. It was hardly negligence on our part that someone disliked your husband sufficiently to stick an orchid stake through his head. Hush, Dorothy, Agnes said. Mrs. Jones, we will give you a 10% discount. We will refund you 10% of what your husband has already paid. Euphemia clutched her handbag to her chest. I want 20%. You are welcome to stay elsewhere, Aunt Agnes said in an even tone. You don't need to stay here, and I'm afraid bookings cannot be refunded under any circumstances. The woman frowned and then said, 15%, but I want it now. Aunt Agnes sighed long and hard. All right. I need a rest. It's been a long day. Show me to my cottage now, if you would. We will need you to sign some forms first, Aunt Agnes said, and then Valkyrie can show you to your cottage. Euphemia Jones did not hide the fact she was looking around, and then she shot into the living room. You have a good collection of antiques here, she said. Thank you, Aunt Agnes said. I've been collecting them for many years. Many years, Aunt Maud said with a snicker. Aunt Agnes made to pinch her arm, but Aunt Maud slapped her hand away. My husband was a penny-pinching man and wouldn't allow me to have any antiques, she said. That reminds me, do you have packets of tea, coffee and sugar in the rooms? And fresh milk? Of course, Aunt Agnes said. The rooms are stocked with breakfast cereals, dairy milk and plant milk. Is your taste the same as your husband's? I should think not, she said with a snort. Do you replenish this food every day? If you wish, Aunt Agnes began, but the woman cut her off. I do wish, she said. Just because my husband left me all his worldly goods doesn't mean I can start throwing his money around. A light bulb went off within me. Motive. Was your husband wealthy? I said, trying not to appear too interested. Yes, very wealthy, she said. He wasn't a nice man. I thought about leaving him, but he always said if we got a divorce, he'd make sure I didn't get anything. He said he could afford the good lawyers, you see. Or I wouldn't tell the police that if I were you, Aunt Dorothy offered. They might think of you as a suspect. The woman snorted once more, making her sound like an angry horse. Why would they suspect me? I'm an honest person. I have nothing to hide. Everything happened in such a rush, I hadn't had time to think things through, but now I was starting to sort things out. This wasn't just a murder investigation. We thought the suspect might have been murdered in connection with the other. I looked at Euphemia Jones in a new light. Your husband hated pets, I said. She looked at me. When she didn't speak, I continued. Does that mean you will get yourself a pet now that he's gone? I hoped she wouldn't take offence at my words. I do like pets myself, but they cost too much money. They cost too much to feed, and then there are the vaccinations and all the vet bills. If you have a cat, you have to buy cat litter, and if you have a dog, you have to take it for a walk, and if you become ill, you have to pay someone to walk the dog. Pets are too expensive. I do like pets, but they cost too much money. Do you have a pet cat here at the manor? I was a little confused. I ignored her question and asked one of my own. But won't you have a lot of money now, after you get the proceeds of the will? She shook her finger at me. I know the youth of this world are spendthrifts, but just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it all. And a penny saved is a penny earned. She continued to shake her finger in my face. And by the way, you'll need to take my plants and cushions from my car to my cottage. I didn't want to leave the plants at home and have someone water them, and these are my favourite cushions. You'll need to pay for the dry cleaning, of course. I might decide to stay here longer, at the same discount, naturally. I had come to the conclusion that the woman wasn't any more pleasant than her husband. Aunt Agnes ushered her into the office, while Aunt Dorothy, Aunt Maud and I stood in a huddle. "Did you think she did it?" Maud said. "She certainly stands to inherit a lot. Not that I think she'll spend any of it," I said, raising my eyebrows. "And do you think she has anything to do with the other?" "How would we know?" Aunt Maud whispered. "Anyone could be working for the other, and we have absolutely no way to tell. We'll just have to keep our ears to the ground and be on full alert, because I'm sure there's more to this than we know." "Of course it was her," Aunt Dorothy exclaimed. "She's stingy, and the murderer was stingy. Who else but Euphemia Jones would buy a murder weapon on sale?" I had to admit she had a point. Just then, Euphemia Jones and Aunt Agnes returned. "Valkyrie will show you to your cottage now, the Game of Thrones cottage." Aunt Agnes handed me the master keys. "Didn't you say the jungle cottage before? Are you sure this is the right cottage?" I shot Aunt Agnes a pointed look. "Yes, it's all clean and ready to go," Agnes said blithely. I figured Agnes didn't want to rent her the jungle cottage, as it was much bigger and nicer than the Game of Thrones cottage. I had no idea how Euphemia Jones would react to the Game of Thrones cottage, but I had no choice but to take her there. It was one of the cottages I had not yet had a chance to redecorate. Thankfully, the cottage was nowhere near my own cottage, but it was next to the cottage where Euphemia's husband had been murdered. There was no getting around it, literally or metaphorically. We had to go past that cottage. I tried to hurry her past, but she stopped. "Is this where my husband's body was found?" The yellow police tape had given it away. I stopped with her. "Yes." "I want to go in there." I shook my head. "The police said we're not allowed to go in there until they say so." "Well, I won't tell if you won't." She jutted out her jaw in a belligerent manner. "What if they find your DNA in there? Then they might suspect you of his murder." "I won't touch anything." She folded her arms over her chest and stared me down. I sighed. "All right then, just don't touch anything." I opened the door. I had forgotten how terrible the retro cottage was. The walls were covered with the most hideously garish wallpaper in burnt orange and yellow geometric shapes, and there was a white shag-pile carpet on the mustard and tan slate floor. Euphemia Jones pushed past me. "Where did he die?" she barked at me. I shook my head. "I'm sorry, I don't know. Aunt Agnes was the one who found him." "It's a wonder he didn't die from bad decorating," she snapped. "I can't believe you charged anyone for this cottage. It's disgusting. Don't you know all these horrible orange and yellow colours and these ghastly geometric shapes went out in the 1970s? "That's the point," I said, matching her tone. "It's the retro cottage. It's supposed to look like this." "It's supposed to look like this," she said in disbelief. She muttered to herself and then stopped speaking. "There." She pointed to a bloodstain on the floor and then walked over and put her hand on the ground. "I said not to touch anything, remember?" "Whatever. The police have done all the testing they're going to do for now," she said. I was surprised she put her hand to the ground. Who would do that? Was she a vampire? She shut her eyes, and to me it looked as though she was focusing. Was she trying to perceive the identity of the murderer by some psychic means? "Okay then, let's leave." She barged out of the cottage, leaving me wondering what the purpose of that had been. And I know everybody handles grief differently, but she seemed completely unconcerned by the fact her husband had been murdered only that morning. I ushered her into the Game of Thrones cottage. "It smells musty in here," she said in an accusing tone. "We had no warning you were coming," I said firmly. Now that the rain has stopped, we can open the windows and the sea breeze will make it lovely and pleasant. I'll go back and fetch your food. Normally, we would have had it in here for a guest, but as I just said, we didn't know you were coming." She looked around the room. "This is repulsive. All these people with their heads chopped off. And worse still, one wall is red, one wall is navy blue, and one wall is mustard. What do you call this cottage?" "It's the Game of Thrones cottage," I said. "Surely the other cottages are vacant. I didn't see any signs of life," she said angrily. I thought of several puns, but I thought that would be in poor taste. People come here for privacy. This time I was the one to stare her down. She threw up her hands in resignation. "All right, I'll put up with this terrible place, but I'm never coming back." "That's a relief," I muttered under my breath. I was more than a little suspicious of Euphemia Jones. Her husband was dead, and unless she was in some sort of shock, she didn't appear the least bit concerned. And what's more, she had rested her hand on the ground and shut her eyes, as if trying to discern something spiritually. Could this death be connected with the other after all? Chapter 9. I had a restless night's sleep. I had been awake since 5 a.m, counting down the minutes to see my parents again. My aunts had insisted I stay in one of the bedrooms at the Manor instead of my cottage for the night. I had protested at first, but had finally given in. They didn't particularly give a reason, only to say they thought it would be better that way. For once, I didn't think they were actually up to something. I thought they too were nervous about my parents' return and wanted me close by. The bedroom I had stayed in previously in the Manor, the one the aunts reserved for me, was pleasant enough, but it had a slightly musty smell, no doubt as it rarely received an airing. The bed was high and lumpy, and the wooden headboard loomed over me in some arcane way. At least that's how I felt in the middle of the night, when the shapes cast shadows on the walls. It reminded me of the nightmares I'd had as a child, where goblins appeared on my walls, their long bony hands clutching for my throat. My mother had said they were only shadows. Now, after I had discovered the supernatural, I wasn't so sure. Maybe they had been goblins after all. After a quick shower, I hurried downstairs to have coffee, taking care not to wake the aunts. It was only 6 a.m, 1 hour to go. I reached for the coffee pot and switched it on, and then paced up and down. There was no sign of Brina, so I tiptoed through the house and found her asleep, curled up on the sofa in the living room. I tiptoed back and reached for my coffee. Bummer, I hadn't put the coffee in. I made it again, this time dropping in a coffee pod. I pulled back the curtains and stared out the kitchen window. It was a beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky. As I looked out the window, I saw Euphemia Jones marching past. I wondered whether she was heading for her car so early in the morning, or whether she was coming to complain about something else. I hurried to the front door, hoping she was simply going to her car. My luck had run out. As I opened the front door, an angry Mrs. Jones stood there, her fist lifted to knock. "You don't have the right cereal for me," she snapped. "What cereal do you like?" I asked her, doing my best to remain patient. "Anything apart from what you've got there," she snapped. "Well, if you'll wait right here, I'll go and fetch you some cereal." "That wouldn't be hygienic," she said in the same obnoxious tone. "I insist you get me an unopened packet." "An unopened packet of what, precisely?" I asked her. No wonder I wasn't a people person. "Anything apart from what I've already got," she countered. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. This was the most impossible border I'd had to date, and that was saying something. "All right, if you wait here, I'll go and fetch you some packets." She made to push past me, but I held up a hand to forestall her. I have a store of multiple choice unopened packets of cereals still in their plastic wrapper. I have 2 different cartons of assortments, each containing 10 small packets of cereal. I'll get both and you can choose the one you want. I've already told you, I don't want the one in my cottage now. I gritted my teeth. I don't know which one is in your cottage, so I will go and get you both and you can choose. To my relief, she simply nodded, so I hightailed it out to the pantry. I grabbed a packet of each and hurried back to the front door. Brina was in her cat form lying under the kitchen table. I thought it a good sign she had managed to turn back into a cat again. It seemed she was making progress with the shifting. I had only walked a few steps from the kitchen when I heard a blood-curdling scream from the direction of the front door. I sprinted there to see Mrs. Jones with her hand over her mouth. She clutched her chest. "What's happened?" "A naked woman," she stammered. "A naked woman pushed past me and ran out the door." I looked past her and saw Brina disappear around the side of the building. "That's just the ghost of Mugwort Manor," I said. "Not many people have seen her. You're lucky that you did." She turned white. "Ghost? Ghost?" she repeated. I nodded. "Don't worry. It doesn't go to the cottages. It's confined to the house. People say it only haunts unpleasant guests." I couldn't resist saying that. I held out the packets to her. "Which one would you like?" Her jaw fell open. "You're talking about cereal at such time as this? I saw a naked girl. Are you telling me it was a ghost?" Her tone held more than a note of disbelief. "Oh yes," I nodded slowly. "Several people have seen the ghost in the house, and of course my aunts see her all the time here. As I said, she won't bother you at the cottage, unless—" I let my voice trail away. "Now, which packet of assorted cereal would you like?" I shot her a winning smile. She regarded me with narrowed eyes and then pointed to the left. "I'll have that one," she snapped, followed in a nice tone by, "Please." I handed her the packet, then shut the door in her face. The aunts came downstairs. "Who screamed?" Aunt Agnes said. "Mrs. Jones was complaining about cereal, and when I was fetching more, she saw a naked Brina run past her. I convinced her that Brina was a ghost." The aunts all laughed. "I don't suppose you were able to sleep, Valkyrie?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I shook my head. "I feel a bit sick on the stomach. I'm having coffee now." Aunt Maud looked at her watch. "Well, let's have a good breakfast with plenty of coffee, and then we'll be ready." I pulled my phone from my jeans and looked at the time again. Time seemed to be going so slowly. I was frustrated, but reminded myself to be patient. After all, I'd waited 5 years, so what was another 30 minutes? "Lucas should be here soon," I told the aunts. "I wonder what my parents are going to tell us." "We'll find out soon enough," Aunt Agnes said. "I still can't believe the timing. The victim killed the day your parents arrived back in town." "They might not have arrived back in town yesterday, Agnes," Dorothy pointed out. "Maybe they have been here for a week. It was only that they had contact with Valkyrie yesterday." Aunt Agnes set her coffee mug down on the table with a clatter. "Obviously, Dorothy, that's what I meant." "Well, I'm not the Delphic oracle. I don't know what you mean. I can only know what you say, and what you said didn't make sense. I'm not a mind reader." "Oh, stop bickering, you two," Aunt Maud said. "Valkyrie is about to see her parents for the first time in 5 years, and all you two can do is quarrel." "We weren't bickering," Agnes said. "I was merely admonishing Dorothy." Aunt Dorothy stomped her foot. "You had no right to admonish me. I should have been admonishing you." "More coffee, anyone?" I said loudly, standing up. "Oh, there's Lucas." The knock on the door was light, so I figured it wasn't the dreadful Mrs. Jones again. Aunt Dorothy followed me to the door, and as I let him in, "Is everything all right?" he asked. Pepper, I was worried. You didn't text me back. I looked at my phone again. Oh, that's strange. Texts aren't showing on the screen, they usually do. I put my phone back in my pocket. It's been doing that a bit lately. Yes, we're all okay. That Mrs. Jones is being irritating. I had told Lucas all about Mrs. Jones in our phone conversation the previous night, but we had been careful what we said to each other on the phone as a precaution. Lucas crossed to the coffee machine, refilled it with water, and dropped in a pod. Everything seems normal at the winery, he said. I haven't gone to Uncle Henry's house because I don't want to draw attention to it, but the winery managers don't seem to think anything out of the ordinary has happened. I told them there had been burglaries in town, but they said they haven't seen anything suspicious. I clutched my stomach. I'm nervous about seeing my parents again after all this time. Lucas clamped his hand onto my shoulder, making my heart flutter. What if that dreadful Euphemia Jones comes back to complain about something else while we're all in the tunnel? Aunt Dorothy said. We'll put a note on the front door saying we'll be back in 5 minutes, Agnes said. Dorothy, go and do that now. I thought Dorothy would complain, but she crossed to the old kitchen dresser and pulled out a notepad and pen and a roll of sticky tape. After 2 cups of coffee, I looked at my phone again. Do we leave now? I asked them. How far away is the tunnel? It's right here. It's quite close, Aunt Agnes said. We don't want to leave too soon. Why not? I asked her. I will just give it a few more minutes. I spent 5 minutes staring into my coffee cup, twisting it and occasionally sipping from it. The 5 minutes seemed to stretch on forever. Finally, Aunt Agnes stood up. Let's go now. I stood up and clutched my stomach once more as a wave of nausea hit me. Dorothy, did you leave that note? Agnes asked her. Dorothy nodded. Now, follow me. I had wondered why I had never seen the entrance to the tunnel, but I soon discovered why. Aunt Agnes opened the door to the secret room that overlooked the living room. Some time ago, we had spied on the police from that very room. Wait outside for a bit, Aunt Agnes said. I waited impatiently, shifting from one foot to another, when she beckoned to us. Oh, come in. There was a trapdoor in the floor. I hadn't noticed it before, but then again I'd had no reason to inspect the floor previously. Mind your step, Aunt Agnes said. The lights were dim. I carefully made my way down the stairs. Thankfully, there were not too many of them. Soon I found myself in a large room. There were old metal chairs in the room, as well as bookshelves that appeared to hold ancient, arcane books and grimoires. I wondered if the books were somehow magically protected from the damp. This is the tunnel entrance, Agnes said, as she walked to the far edge of the room. She pushed a pair of ancient oak doors, and they slowly creaked open. I hurried to the doors and looked through. No one was there. Chapter 10. Where are my parents? I asked. I was on the verge of tears and was doing my best to hold them back. The door's locked, Aunt Agnes said. I shook my head. I don't understand. You just opened the door. I wondered if she was speaking about something metaphysical. No, we're in the right tunnel, but this takes us to a door further along in the tunnel, Aunt Agnes explained. We keep that one locked. Your parents wouldn't be able to get through, so that's where we'll meet them. Do you think they're worried that they're stuck there and unable to get through the locked door? I asked in a panic. It was Lucas who reassured me. No, they know about the tunnel, so they would also know about the locked door. They will be waiting there for us. I held my breath. What if they weren't waiting for us? What if something had happened? It was too good to be true, and I scarcely believed it. We hurried into the tunnel. The tunnel was still and eerie. I went a little too fast, so put out my hand to steady myself on the damp wall. It felt like brick or maybe stone under my hand. "Are there any rats or something else scary down here?" I asked. Aunt Agnes laughed. "Valkyrie, it's not as if we're in the sewers. You have been watching much too much TV. This is just a tunnel." As soon as she said it, I bit back a scream. My hands touched a cobweb. "Spider!" I squealed. Lucas's arm curled around my waist. Perhaps rats wouldn't be such a bad thing after all, if me seeing a spider elicited this type of reaction from Lucas. I felt as if some ghastly creature could be living down here, or maybe even a ghost, but I felt safe due to the presence of Lucas. Still, it didn't stop the hair standing up on the back of my neck, or my heart beating out of my chest. The floor of the tunnel was dirt. I hoped the tunnel roof wouldn't collapse, and I would be trapped in here. All sorts of horrible thoughts went through my head. I was a little claustrophobic. Being in a dark tunnel with no fresh air and the only way out being behind us made me quite tense. And the air was stale. I figured no one had been down in this tunnel for years. "Is there enough oxygen here for us?" I asked Lucas. "Plenty," he said, "and even more now that the doors down the other end are open." I had a horrible thought. What if someone shut the doors behind us and locked them, and then we would be trapped in this small space of tunnel with no way out? I shuddered. "Not long now," Lucas whispered, his breath warm on my ear. We came to another set of oak doors. These had a huge iron lock on them. "Are my parents on the other side of that door?" I asked Agnes. "Yes," she said firmly. She struggled with the lock for a few moments before the door creaked open. It opened ever so slowly, and I could sense someone on the other side. Was it my parents? Or was it someone from the other? I held my breath, not quite game to look. Aunt Agnes pushed the doors open wider. Standing there were my parents. Chapter 11. The next thing I knew, I was enveloped in a group hug. I clung to my parents and was embarrassed when I found myself sobbing. My mother cried too, and when I finally detached, I saw my father wiping tears from his eyes. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions, Pepper," my mother said. "So do we," Aunt Agnes said. "But first, do you need any help from us? Do you need food, any sort of provisions?" Henry had the place well stocked with witch's brew and water and various supplies, but there are no fresh fruit or vegetables, of course, my mother said. "We can meet you back here with some later," Aunt Agnes said. "It's perfectly safe for you to come here, isn't it?" "I certainly hope so," my mother said, "but we can't be certain. The other might have ground-penetrating radar or terrestrial laser scanners or the like." "Valkyrie has put the pieces together," Aunt Agnes said. "We've told Valkyrie about the council and the other, and of course she knows Lucas here is a cleaner. She also knows you had to go missing to keep her safe." My parents nodded. My father spoke first. "Things are heating up with the other, and we came here not only to see Pepper, but to tell you that someone in this town is a spy for the other." My aunts and Lucas gasped. "Do you mean someone new to town or a long-term resident?" Aunt Agnes said. "A long-term resident," my father said. "We don't know if it's a woman or a man. All we know is that it's a long-term resident. We need to question this person." "Question?" I said. "Surely no one involved with the other will tell you anything." My parents exchanged glances. "I'm sure your parents have ways to make people speak," Aunt Agnes said. I assumed she meant magical means, but I really didn't want to know. I shuddered. When I had last seen my parents, I thought they were normal, everyday people. I had thought I was a normal, everyday person. It turned out we were all vampires, and not only vampires, but my mother had a seat on the Vampire Council. It was a lot to take in. My aunts filled in my parents about the murder of the previous day. And it seems strange that it could be a coincidence, Aunt Agnes concluded. It does seem rather strange timing, I must admit, my mother said. I looked at my mother with new eyes, thinking she looked like a powerful witch, and I suppose she was. What are we going to do? I said. Nothing, Lucas said as quick as a flash. I'll do the investigating. Is there anything you can tell us about the person involved with the other, Dahlia and Baudelaire? We only know that he or she has been living in Lighthouse Bay for some time, no doubt to keep an eye on you, she said to my aunts. Oh gosh, that means it's someone we know. Aunt Dorothy clutched her head with both hands. My mother agreed. But it could be a close friend, or it could be someone you come into contact with on a daily basis, perhaps at a supermarket or a cafe. Or the antique dealer, Joyce Batson, Aunt Agnes said. When we were at the orchid show yesterday, someone mentioned she had a grudge against the victim. Yes, it's certainly worth investigating, my mother said. If a spy for the other was responsible for this man's death, then we are looking for someone you know. I don't know if Mrs. Mumbles fits in then, I said to Aunt Agnes. You don't know her awfully well, do you? And you didn't know that other suspect, Killian Cosgrove, at all. Aunt Agnes nodded slowly and tapped her chin with one finger. That's true. Then again, we don't know if the murders are connected. There is still a chance that they weren't. How do you know all this about Mrs. Mumbles and what's his name? Killian someone, Lucas said. We went to the orchid show yesterday for a brief time, Aunt Agnes said. I forced Valkyrie to go with me. We bought her an orchid. We bought her 2 orchids, Aunt Dorothy began, before she was silenced by a quelling look from Aunt Agnes. Lucas crossed his arms over his chest. He looked none too pleased, but thankfully did not speak. I plastered what I hoped was an innocent look on my face. If you asked me, his wife killed him, I said. She's not a nice woman. You don't think it's your cat, do you? Aunt Dorothy said suddenly. Your cat? My father repeated. He was clearly puzzled. I couldn't stop staring at my parents. I thought I would never see them again, and now having them here was all too surreal. The aunts found a cat, I began, but Aunt Dorothy interrupted me. She wasn't our cat, she exclaimed. She just took up residence. We didn't know what her name was, so Valkyrie decided to name her Hecate. We accidentally did a spell on her and turned her into a human. My mother gasped. You turned a cat into a human? No, 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 Aunt Agnes said. Allow me to explain, because I will explain properly so that people can understand, not just muttering on and on like a silly old fool. The cat did take up residence here, and Valkyrie did call her Hecate. But however, she is a shifter cat. We don't know how long she was in her cat form, but she's having trouble adjusting to being a human. It turns out her name is Brina. Aunt Dorothy threw her hands in the air. Whatever. That has nothing to do with anything really, Agnes. The point is, what if that cat is the one working for the other? I gasped. You shouldn't say such things about my cat. It certainly seems to be a possibility, my father said in an even tone. I know you seem attached to this cat, Pepper, but please don't discount the fact she could be working for the other. I mean, sending in a cat to spy on you would be the obvious thing to do. Didn't you say you only turned her back into a human with a spell? Yes, but she doesn't remember much about being a human, I said. It could be an act, my mother pointed out. I rubbed my throbbing temples. A tension headache was coming on. My joy at seeing my parents was somewhat dampened by the possibility that my cat was a spy in our midst. My father patted my shoulder.
Think about it. If I had to send in a spy, I couldn't think of anything better than a cat. And you say she was in cat form for a long time? I nodded. Be careful what you say around her then, my father said. I think you're barking up the wrong tree, Agnes said, but Dorothy chuckled. She's not a dog, Agnes. Get your metaphors straight.
Oh, you two stop your bickering, please, Maud said. Aunt Agnes snorted. We're not bickering. I haven't done anything wrong. Dorothy is irritating me. My mother interrupted her. No doubt she was accustomed to the aunt's squabbles. We need to find out what's going on, but people involved with the other are gaining power and they need to be stopped. We need to find out the identity of the spy and question him or her. Do you really think they'll tell you anything? I asked them. My parents once more exchanged glances, but Aunt Agnes said, Yes, we've already told you that, Valkyrie. It's best you don't know. We need to capture this person and get them to talk. Oh, we won't torture anyone if that's what you're thinking, Pepper, my mother said. We have our means. What do we do now? I asked her. And why did you suddenly go missing without any warning? I had finally asked the question that had been uppermost on my mind ever since I had discovered the truth about my parents. I'm truly sorry, Pepper, but we didn't have much time. An attempt was made on our lives, and we had to decide to go right then and there. Of course we couldn't tell you, because you knew nothing about the council or the other. You didn't even know you were a vampire. Then why didn't you tell me I was a vampire? I asked my mother. That would have been better than just taking off. Were you ever going to tell me? Of course we were going to tell you, she said. But we wanted you to have a normal life just a little longer. I thought over her words. But why didn't you get a message to me that you were safe? We did, she said, and as you know, it went missing. At any rate, we're here now. I know you probably don't think we acted in your best interests, but I can assure you we did the best that we could, given the trying circumstances. We had to keep alive, and we had to keep you safe. Yes, I understand, I said, although I didn't completely understand. I did in theory, but it still hurt. All those years of hoping my parents weren't dead, and wondering and hoping if they would suddenly turn up. And it was all a little too much to take. My mother was still speaking. I know we have always thought of the other as a nuisance, she said to my aunts, and they certainly are, but now they're more than a nuisance. They're in danger of overthrowing the council. But how is that even possible? Aunt Maud said. The council is so powerful. They have already murdered some members of the council, as you're well aware, my mother said. The reason they haven't murdered all of us is because it wouldn't look good to the vampire community at large. The other are going to have to be subtle about how they take over power. This is why we need to find the person who has been hiding here and keeping an eye on you all this time. This person is a spy, and so would be party to the information. How do you know all this? I asked them. One of the council actually arrested someone working for the other and made them talk, my mother said. But it was someone quite low down the organisation. They didn't know much. Is Scorpius Everyman still at large? I asked. Both my mother and father nodded. Yes, more the pity, my mother said. He was last sighted in Venice. We can't worry about him for now. As far as we know, he's not in the country. We need to find out the identity of the other's spy in Lighthouse Bay. I'll get right onto it, Lucas said. My parents thanked him. And I don't think Pepper should be involved in the investigation, he added, and my parents remained silent. We will do it. We can, Aunt Agnes said. I will try to keep Valkyrie out of it. With that, she gave me a huge wink, a wink that could not have gone unnoticed by Lucas. A wave of dizziness hit me. I seized Lucas's arm for support. Pepper, what's wrong? His face was filled with concern. I think I'm coming down with the flu or something, I said. Aunt Agnes at once turned to me. You have a sore throat? A fever? I'm not sure, I admitted. I feel a little off. Actually, I don't have a sore throat, but I'm not sure about the fever, I mean, and I feel muddle-headed like I've got cotton wool in my head. How long have you been feeling like this? My mother asked me. Only about a day, I think, I said, trying to remember. How exactly do you feel? Just very tired. I feel very tired and dizzy, sort of like when coming down with the flu, only I don't have a sore throat. I just feel tired and dizzy and not quite right. My mother and Aunt Agnes exchanged glances. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? My mother asked her. Aunt Agnes nodded vigorously. You think a tracking spell? Not a tracking spell, surely, Lucas said. I haven't heard of one of those for years. What's a tracking spell? I asked them. You mean like holding a pendulum over a map or something? My mother shook her head. Sure, those spells do exist. However, we've taken measures to stop anyone doing a spell to find out where we are, and we have done so for years. No, a tracking spell is where they take some personal concerns of yours. I interrupted her. Personal concerns? My mother listed some and concluded, hair, toenail clippings. I nodded. I know what personal concerns are. I'm just surprised that anyone could get mine. I'm always careful to get rid of any toenail clippings and any hair from my brush, like any good magical practitioner is, I said. The aunts told me to do that. The aunts all smiled. Why is there a tracking spell on me? I asked my parents. Is it because the spy suspects you're in town and I'll lead them to you both? My mother agreed. I'm afraid so. What do you think, Baudelaire? He put his arm round my shoulders. Yes, I'm afraid you're right. The spy wants Pepper to lead them to us. I haven't done that, have I? I clutched my throat in horror. No, we're still in the confines of Mugwort Manor, Aunt Agnes said. The spy will think you're actually in the house or grounds and won't have a clue you're under the house in a secret tunnel. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Pepper, try to remember when you first felt like this, Lucas said. Actually, I don't think I felt like it before the orchid show yesterday. I scratched my head. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Yes, I felt like it at the orchid show for the first time. At least, I'm fairly sure. I thought I must be coming down with the flu because I got soaked with rain at the orchid show. I just took a lot of vitamin C and didn't think anything more about it. I drank more witch's brew than normal to try to keep the flu at bay. It sounds like a tracking spell to me, my father said. Horrible things, tracking spells. Perhaps someone took a piece of your hair at the orchid show. Do you remember anything like that? Actually, no, I said, and thought on it some more. I did feel something, and I thought it might have been a wasp. It was like a sudden sharp feeling in my head. That would no doubt feel the same as someone pulling a piece of hair from my head. Aunt Agnes took me by my shoulders and turned me to face her. Think hard, Valkyrie. This is very important. Who was around you at the time? Any of the suspects? I rubbed my eyes with both hands and thought hard. I'm not really sure. You know, I think they all were. I was talking to Mrs. Mumbles and then she left, and then Alec Alden came over. No, it wasn't then. I think it happened when we were trying to figure out what foliage meant, and we were looking at some of the ribbons on the foliage plants. Oh yes, I remember that. It was at the end of the show, just before we left, Aunt Agnes said. Who was around then? I think all the suspects were close to me, with the exception of Euphemia Jones, I said. We had better go now, my mother said. I grabbed her in a hug. When will I see you again? I did my best not to cry. "Soon, I promise," she said. "Don't worry, Pepper. We won't go away without telling you this time. We'll see you again before we go. I'm hoping we will be able to stay around for a while." I stood there, tears running down my cheeks, as my parents walked away from me into the gloom and darkness of the tunnel. Chapter 12. As soon as we were back in the kitchen, Lucas left and the aunts and I turned on our phones. I had a text from Linda. I had called Linda the previous day and told her about the murder, and she wanted to know of any updates. Of course, I couldn't tell her about my parents. "We need to do an egg divination on Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "Maud, do you still have those eggs that the neighbour who rescues battery hens gave you?" "Yes, I do," Aunt Maud said with a laugh. "She gives me some once a month. I usually give them to any boarders we happen to have. Such a lovely woman, rescuing all those hens. It's amazing the difference she makes." Aunt Agnes waved a hand to silence her. "That's all well and good, Maud, but we have a rescue mission here." "You know I can hear you," I said. "I'm right here, if it hasn't escaped your notice. And what's this egg divination? Is it painful?" The aunts laughed. "Of course not, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "You simply take this egg." She broke off. "Haven't you got that egg yet, Maud? How long will it take for you to fetch the egg?" Maud sighed and hurried over to fetch the egg. She brought it back immediately. "That doesn't look like a black hen's egg," Aunt Agnes complained, clearly irritated. "I'm sorry, she only gave me white eggs," Maud said. "She doesn't pick and choose her hens, you know. She rescues battery hens." Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes skywards. "If I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times, and I don't want to hear it again. I just want you to give the egg to Valkyrie." Aunt Maud handed me the egg. I looked at it, wondering what to do with it. I didn't have to wait long. "You roll it over yourself. You start with your head and move it down to your toes in an anti-clockwise direction," Aunt Agnes instructed me. "Of course, you'll need to take off your shoes first." "Is that it?" I said, puzzled. "Of course not. Maud, fetch Valkyrie a glass of water." "Thanks, but I'm not thirsty." Aunt Agnes tapped her forehead and shook her head. "Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you've got the DNA of my sisters rather than of me," Aunt Agnes said, continuing to shake her head. "Well, obviously, Valkyrie, you don't drink the water. You crack the egg open in the water, and we do a divination from the way the egg looks in the water." "Oh," I said in a small voice. I felt foolish. I took off my shoes and socks and did as they instructed, rolling the egg over me downwards and in a spiral motion until I reached my feet. "And do under your soles as well. This also is an egg cleansing," Agnes informed me. "If it's a tracking spell, she's going to need more than an egg cleansing," Aunt Dorothy said. "Obviously, Dorothy, but it will help. It's one of the tools at our disposal." "Yes, Dorothy is right, Agnes. Valkyrie will need an uncrossing work as well," Maud added. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. "Oh, you two? Obviously, if there are any traces of the spell left at that point, then we'll need to use black arts oil on Valkyrie and take other measures." I cracked the egg into the glass, and mercifully that stopped the aunts arguing. They gathered around and peered at the glass, muttering to themselves. "I take it that can't be good," I said, also peering at the egg. It simply looked like an egg in a glass of water to me, but apparently it meant a lot more to my aunts. "Yes, see those bubbles?" Aunt Agnes pointed to the top of the liquid. "Not good. And see the shape of a human figure? That represents the person who put the tracking spell on you." I peered into the glass and could see the whites of the egg forming a figure. I gasped. "So, is this a traditional witchcraft or traditional vampire thing?" I asked the aunts. Aunt Maud answered, "Probably both. These days it's more widely used in Mexico. It has been done for centuries in one form or another. Valkyrie, I need you to take the egg and flush it down the toilet. What do I do with the shell? I asked her. You need to flush it down the toilet as well, Aunt Maud said. Now you need to take an uncrossing bath. Come with me to the altar room. I'll give you some uncrossing oil and you can burn some uncrossing incense too. If that doesn't work, we'll have to do a reversing work on you as well. I meekly followed the aunts up the stairs to the aunts' altar room. This time I was relieved to see the cage was empty. They had once kept a shifter in there, and goodness knows who else over the years. I would have loved to ask, but I'm sure they would never tell me. Despite the arcane aspect, I in fact loved their altar room. To say it was fascinating was an understatement. The shelves contained grimoires and books about spells, and all sorts of bottles of powders and oils, as well as baskets of herbs. You've had cleansing baths before, but you need an uncrossing bath now, Aunt Maud explained. She handed me a bottle. Tip the contents of this whole bottle into the bath, and you can put your usual Epsom salts and sea salt mixture in the bath along with it. And as usual, no soap must go in the bath. She shook the bottle. What's in it? I asked her. And it's a mixture of 5-finger grass, patchouli leaves, sandalwood and myrrh, she said. It's an old hoodoo formula. Now, take this incense bowl. She handed me a shell with a big chunk of charcoal in it. Aunt Maud shook some frankincense resin into the shell and then reached for the dragon's blood resin. Isn't that fiery wall of protection incense? I asked her. You just need to add myrrh. Aunt Agnes waved her finger in my face. As your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather used to say, there are 2 classes of people who shouldn't see things half done, fools and children. No, my dear girl, I'm not adding myrrh to this. I'm adding sandalwood, gardenia oil, saltpeter, and tincture of benzoin. Will that work? I asked her. We'll do another egg reading after your bath, Aunt Dorothy said. Off you go. Go and have your uncrossing bath. And take this Palo Santo stick with you as well. Give yourself a very good smudging with it first. Aunt Maud, I'm wondering why you say to do an uncrossing rather than a reversing work. Whoever did it hasn't actually harmed me, have they? Wouldn't I need to be reversed rather than uncrossed? Because doesn't someone need an uncrossing work after they've been hexed or something? Aunt Maud patted me on my shoulder and beamed at me. You're learning quite a lot about the craft, Valkyrie. That would be right, apart from the fact that a tracking spell is akin to a hex by the very nature of it. That's why you need to do an uncrossing work rather than a reversal work in the first instance. Now, while you're in the bath, my sisters and I will do a work in the altar room to aid in the uncrossing. Do you think it will work? I asked again. Of course, she said. A witch never does anything unless the witch thinks it will work. That's important. If it doesn't work the first time, then we try a reversal, and maybe even a blockbuster or a road opener work. Aunt Dorothy shooed me off in the direction of the bathroom while they went in to do goodness knows what ritual. I wondered why I didn't have to be present for the ritual, but I supposed having an uncrossing bath was more important. I climbed out of the bath and put on a white bathrobe. The aunts had taken my clothes to wash them in white vinegar and hang them in the sun. I went into the room opposite the bath, the room I used when I stayed at Mugwort Manor, and let out a scream. Chapter 13. You scared me. Aunt Agnes had thrown some sort of powder all over me. What's that? I asked her. Why, it's uncrossing powder, of course. I sneezed violently. What's in it? 5-finger glass, a bit of sandalwood, some frankincense, salt, rue, hyssop, and devil's shoestrings. Aunt Agnes threw some more over me. Please stop with all that, I said. I think I'm completely uncrossed now. Aunt Agnes held the powder over me. You don't feel like you're coming down with the flu anymore? No, just with an allergy, I said pointedly. Aunt Agnes pursed her lips. After you air dry, come downstairs and we'll do another egg reading. While I air dried, I read the 2 messages on my phone. There was a text from Linda asking again if there had been any updates on the victim, and a text from Lucas telling me he would let me know when he made progress and asking me not to put myself in danger by investigating the murder. I dressed, put the phone in my jeans pocket and hurried downstairs to the kitchen. Aunt Agnes shoved an egg into my hand by way of greeting. I followed the ritual I had done a short time earlier. It looked like the same type of result to me, but this time the aunts were pleased. She seems completely uncrossed now, Aunt Agnes said. That's good. The tracking spell isn't ongoing then? I asked them. I don't quite get your meaning, Valkyrie, Aunt Agnes said. The uncrossing has worked, so it can't be ongoing. I shook my head. No, I mean, what if whoever it was uses my hair again after they realise this hasn't worked, and they do another tracking spell using another bit of my hair? We have already thought of that, Aunt Agnes said. You have to take protective measures, such as putting a eucalyptus leaf in your shoes. Okay, I said. Is there something else? They named so many protective measures that my head spun. What are we going to do now? I asked them. I think you and I should go and see Joyce Batson, the antique dealer, Aunt Agnes said. After all, she had a grudge against the victim, and she is a local person we've known for years. So we're going there under the pretext of you buying something, are we, Aunt Agnes? I asked. Aunt Agnes's eyes flickered strangely, and it took me a moment to realise why. She wasn't going there under the pretext of buying a valuable antique. She fully intended to buy a valuable antique. If it is Joyce Batson, will she know that I don't have the tracking on me anymore? I said. The aunts nodded. Whoever it is will know the tracking has been broken, Aunt Maud said. I didn't like that. It made me uneasy. Well, let's have a nice cup of tea and a glass of witch's brew, and then we'll head off to see what Joyce has to say for herself, Aunt Agnes declared. I have to tell Linda what's happened at some point, I said, and then added, Of course I won't tell her about the other, just about the victim. A knock on the front door caused us all to jump. Aunt Maud gasped. I hope it's not the police. Perhaps they've changed their minds and think you're a suspect, Agnes. I really don't think so, Maud, Aunt Agnes said. Nevertheless, I followed her down the hallway and hid behind a marble statue of a Greek boy with a bow and arrow. Are any of you ladies driving to town today? The voice said. I recognised the voice as that of Euphemia Jones. Yes, as a matter of fact. Why? Aunt Agnes asked her. Then you can give me a lift. Aunt Agnes did not speak for a moment, and I knew she was angry to be put on the spot like this. Is there something wrong with your car? Aunt Agnes asked. No, Euphemia's voice said, but why waste petrol when you're going anyway? I can give you my number and you can just text me when you're leaving. I'm quite happy to come back when you're ready. Oh, that's so kind of you, Aunt Agnes said, her tone dripping sarcasm. When are you leaving? Euphemia asked. 5 minutes. Meet you at the front. Aunt Agnes shut the door rather too loudly and stomped back in the direction of the kitchen. I stepped out from behind the statue, startling her. Oh, my stars, Valkyrie! You nearly scared the life out of me. I heard what she said, and talk about a penny-pinching woman. There might be more to it than that, Aunt Agnes said. What do you mean? Aunt Maud had appeared from the direction of the kitchen. I know she does appear to be overly stingy, but isn't she going a little too far? I'm seeing her more and more as a suspect now. But she can't be the spy for the other, who's been keeping an eye on you for years, because she comes from Nelson Bay, I said. I believe Valkyrie's right, Aunt Agnes said. But the point is, We still don't know if the murder is related to the other. If it isn't, then she could well have murdered her husband. I scratched my head. Let me get this straight. Since she doesn't live in town, then she can't be the spy for the other.
And are we sure about that?
We're not sure about anything, Aunt Agnes said. But yes, if your parents are right that the spy for the other has been watching us for years, then she cannot be that person. She could be a completely innocent person, or she might have murdered her husband in a murder that had nothing to do with the other. Still, I find it strange she has come to town to board with us. Be on your guard, Valkyrie, and see what questions she asks. Soon we were on our way to Lighthouse Bay with Mrs. Jones. She was sitting in the front seat and I was sitting in the back. She wasn't one to talk, so an uncomfortable silence hung heavily over the car. It made me wonder if she was in fact the murderer, because she certainly wasn't asking any questions. Where would you like us to leave you? Aunt Agnes said as she turned into the main street. Where are you going? Euphemia asked Aunt Agnes. I wondered if she had gone with us in order to follow us, and I still wondered if she could somehow be working for the other. We have some things to do, Aunt Agnes said, nicely deflecting the question. Where in particular would you like to go, Mrs. Jones? I'm just exploring. You go to your destination. I'll just head out from there. Sure, Aunt Agnes said. We're going to the library. Aunt Agnes pulled into the library parking area. Thanks, Euphemia barked. When you're ready to leave town, just text me and I'll meet you back here or wherever you want to meet me. With that, she marched down the street. Aunt Agnes took me by my arm. Let's go into the library for a while, she said. I don't trust that woman. She seemed awfully keen to know where we were going. I thought so too, I said. I was suspicious. The library was bright and modern. Aunt Agnes and I wandered aimlessly around looking at books for a few minutes. I think it's safe to leave now, Aunt Agnes said. Keep your eyes open for that woman. We walked out of the library and stopped for a moment behind a large planting of red and purple geraniums. Can you see her? Aunt Agnes whispered. I shook my head. No. Oh, let's walk, Aunt Agnes said. We won't go the direct route. Aunt Agnes took me in a most roundabout way to Joyce Batson's antique shop. She kept looking behind her and declaring that we weren't being followed, but I wasn't so sure. I was quite uneasy and still processing seeing my parents again. My head was spinning and I felt a little sick on the stomach. I hoped the tracking spell had not somehow come back. When we entered Joyce Batson's antique shop, I realised we hadn't discussed what we would say to her. I hoped that was because Aunt Agnes had it all under control. Joyce was speaking to a young man, but left him and hurried over to us as soon as she saw who it was. How lovely to see you again, Agnes, she gushed. I figured Agnes was paying most of her mortgage with all her purchases. I have a lovely newly arrived piece I wanted to show you, she said. Come with me. She led us into a back room and pointed to a large wooden desk. Beautiful, Aunt Agnes gushed. A 19th century partner's desk. She hurried over to it and ran her hand along it. Australian cedar. How much is it? I was going to put over $6,000 on it, Joyce said. But for you, Agnes, and if you buy it soon, you can have it for $5,000. Agnes clasped her hands. I'm certainly tempted, but I'm not sure I have room. Joyce laughed. That's never stopped you before. Agnes smiled. Do you have any other new pieces? As a matter of fact, I do. Joyce gave us a guided tour of the new arrivals, which she variously described as a definitely genuine large pair of Mary Gregory vases, a Royal Doulton Peggotty jug, and a Wedgwood Dragon lustre vase. I was completely bored and was also keeping an eye on Joyce to make sure she didn't snatch a piece of my hair. Of course, you know that Ethelbert Jones was murdered at our establishment yesterday, Aunt Agnes said out of the blue. Joyce looked shocked. Yes. Do the police know who did it yet? Aunt Agnes shrugged one shoulder. If they do, they certainly haven't told me. We're not allowed back in that cottage yet. Joyce's hand flew to her mouth. Don't tell me the body is still in there. Absolutely not, Joyce, Aunt Agnes said. The police removed the body quickly. I don't know why they won't let us have full use of the cottage yet. Do they suspect you? Joyce asked her. Aunt Agnes turned bright red. Of course not. Why would they suspect me? Why does everyone think they would suspect me? I do have a new sterling silver snuff box, Joyce said. The distraction seemed to work, for Aunt Agnes's expression softened. She rifled through her handbag and produced a 10-by lens. Oh, yes, I do like sterling silver. She peered at the hallmark. Chester, 1867. I'll take that, and I'm still thinking about the other piece. Joyce beamed. You knew the victim, didn't you? Aunt Agnes said, while bending over the snuff box. Joyce nodded. He was a terrible person. He cheated me. Of course, Aunt Agnes already knew that, but she looked up with an expression of surprise on her face. If I didn't know better, I would have thought her surprise genuine. How did he cheat you, Joyce? She asked. It was a terrible thing, Joyce said. He sold me a painting, along with a certificate of authenticity and a receipt. I hung on to it for a while, and when the artist died, I put it up to auction. The auctioneer called me and said it was a fake. How long ago was this? Agnes asked her. It was quite recently, she said. I mean, I sent it to auction only recently, but I bought it from him years ago. When I told him about it, he said he bought it in good faith. And when I kept pressing him, he turned quite nasty and said it was payback because I sold him a collection of ruby glass many years ago. And when he tried to sell it, they said it was worth only a fraction of the price he'd paid. He insisted I had ripped him off. But Victorian glassware was indeed worth a fortune years ago, but it's not worth anything anymore, Aunt Agnes said. Exactly, Joyce said, but you try to tell that to the horrid man. Excuse me, I'm trying to process the information, I told them. So then the victim said it was payback. Are you saying he bought something from you years ago that fell in value? He didn't realise it had fallen in value, and he thought you'd ripped him off by selling it to him at too high a price in the first place. Precisely, Aunt Agnes said. But you've made it sound unnecessarily complicated, Valkyrie. And he threatened me too, Joyce continued. Threatened you? How? Agnes asked. He told me he was a powerful man, more powerful than I knew, and if I kicked up any fuss about the fake painting, he would see it to it that my business was shut down. Aunt Agnes frowned. Did he say how he would have your business shut down? Joyce shook her head. Did he give you any hints at all? Aunt Agnes persisted. Joyce continued to shake her head. No, but I believed him. I knew he meant it. I could just tell. He wasn't a nice man, but I think he was capable of quite a lot and not in a good way. I wondered about Ethelbert Jones. He was a powerful man. Could he have been working for the other? Could a spy for the other have actually been in our cottage and someone murdered him? What if his wife had murdered him for mundane reasons and didn't know he was working for the other? I shook my head to clear it. No, that seemed unnecessarily convoluted. Still, I couldn't bring myself to believe that Joyce was a killer or that she was working for the other. Then again, whoever was working for the other was someone we didn't suspect, that was for certain. Chapter 14. I had asked Linda to come over. The aunts thought it best if Linda and I questioned Mrs. Mumbles, because it wouldn't do to get around town that Agnes and I were questioning everyone. Linda and I were sitting in the kitchen with the aunts. "Do you think his wife did it?" Linda asked us. We gave her blank looks. "She inherits everything, and she is awfully money-hungry," I said. "But if she was the murderer, then why didn't she murder him years ago?" "More to the point, why didn't he murder her?" Dorothy said. "She has to be one of the most irritating women I've ever met, present company excepted." Aunt Agnes glared at her, but mercifully did not respond. "She's penny-pinching and demanding," I told Linda, "and she insisted we supply different cereal, and she's been making all sorts of demands since she got here." "That's enough talk now," Agnes said. "Why don't you two go and question Mrs. Mumbles now?" "But what will we ask her?" I said. "What if she gets angry with us?" Aunt Agnes waved one hand in dismissal. "Cross that bridge when you come to it. Besides, Linda is actually good with people. She is a shifter." "What does that have to do with anything?" Linda asked. She was clearly puzzled. Aunt Agnes simply shrugged. "Why don't you pretend that the police suspect me and say you're asking Mrs. Mumbles for help? Ask her to tell you everything she knows about Ethelbert Jones. After all, they were both in the Orchid Club together." I didn't like it, but I had never liked any of the aunt's schemes. I stood up. "All right, let's get this over with, Linda, and then we could have coffee and cake in town for something to look forward to." "Sounds good to me," Linda said. "Where's Brina? I haven't seen her since I got here." "She's asleep under the tomato bushes in the vegetable garden," Aunt Dorothy said. "She was trying to catch a mouse earlier." "I hope the boarder doesn't see her," Linda said. The boarder had already seen her, but I thought it best not mention that now. I'd tell Linda later. We walked out the kitchen door and skirted around to the front of the manor. As we reached Aunt Agnes's car, Euphemia Jones hurried over to me, waving her handbag. "Where do you serve lunch?" I shook my head. "We're not a restaurant, we're a bed and breakfast." "But you don't serve breakfast," she complained. "You have fruit baskets and cereal and any type of milk, dairy or plant in the fridge in your cottage," I told her. "Where am I supposed to get something to eat?" she said. "Didn't you get something when we took you into town earlier?" I asked her. She folded her arms over her chest. "I don't think this is very good treatment." She looked Linda up and down. "Are you a boarder here?" Before Linda had a chance to answer, she said loudly, "I'll have you know, my husband was murdered in one of the cottages." "So was mine," Linda said, and with that we hopped in the car and drove away, leaving an open-mouthed Euphemia Jones in our wake. We parked in the car park at the Orchid Show and sat for a few minutes, deciding what to say. We didn't come up with anything at all. "Why don't we wing it?" Linda said. "I suppose we don't have a choice," I said. "I don't know what else we can do." It was something of a letdown to discover Mrs. Mumbles was not at the Orchid Show. "All that way on that horrid road for no reason," Linda lamented. When we reached the plant nursery, I turned to Linda. "I hope she's here, or this will all be one big wild goose chase." Mrs. Mumbles was, in fact, at the plant nursery, and what's more, she looked pleased to see us, much to my surprise, and she waved her pruning shears and walked over to us. "Imagine seeing you again so soon," she called out. When she was a few steps away, she tripped and landed on me hard. I fell backwards with Mrs. Mumbles on top of me. The pruning shears were lying against my head. Mrs. Mumbles jumped to her feet and helped me up. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed. "It's these wretched pavers. Are you hurt?" I shook my head and dusted myself off. It took me a moment to gather my senses. Had she just taken some of my hair? "I didn't know if you'd be here or at the Orchid Show," I said, doing my best to act normal. I was too upset to go back to the show after what happened to Ethelbert Jones, although he was an unpleasant man. His death tainted the orchid show. Don't you agree? I had no idea whether or not I agreed, but I simply said, "Yes, actually, that's why we're here," I added, pulling a sad face. "This is just between us, and please don't let this go any further, but the police suspect Aunt Agnes." Mrs. Mumble's hand flew to her throat. "My goodness gracious me! Why would they suspect your aunt?" "Because she found the body," I said, "and they don't have any other suspects." Mrs. Mumble snorted rudely. "No other suspects? That's ridiculous. If they had come to see me, I could give them a list of suspects." "You could?" Linda said. Mrs. Mumble's face flushed red. I was exaggerating, but they should at least look at Alec Alden. "And Joyce Batson, the antique dealer?" I prompted her.
How did you know about Joyce?
Alec Alden mentioned that she had been ripped off by Ethelbert Jones, I told her. She snorted once again. "He's only trying to throw suspicion off himself. He's a most unpleasant man." I myself had never found Alec Alden unpleasant. Quiet and creepy, maybe, but certainly not unpleasant. Once more I nodded. "And what about Killian Cosgrove?" She snapped to attention. "Killian? What could he possibly have against Ethelbert Jones? I've always thought the two of them were firm friends." I filed her reaction away for further notice. "You told us people saw the victim putting mealybugs on Killian's orchids the night before the show." She made a noise that sounded halfway between a grunt and a cough. "And you think Killian wanted revenge? Of course not. I was simply warning you of the malicious gossip going around town. I know Killian, and he wouldn't resort to those tactics, even if he did have a grudge against Ethelbert Jones, which he clearly didn't." Her tone was firm. "Who do you think did it?" I asked, but I realised she would blame Alec Alden, and sure enough, she did. "Alec," she spat. "It was all because of that vintage car. That car cost a fortune, and he was completely ripped off. If I were you, I would tell the police to stop looking at your aunt and turn their attention to Alec Alden. I am sure it was him. In fact, I couldn't be more certain." "I wonder if you have any idea how we could get evidence against him," I said, playing along. "Maybe it was Alec and maybe it wasn't, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Maybe it was Mrs. Mumble's, but I could hardly come out and ask her about her secret lover." "Perhaps you could just tell the police and they could look into him," she said, a remark which was no help at all. "Obviously the police are not doing their job, or they would have found out about Alec Alden for themselves," I told her. "How long ago was this whole car business?" "Quite recently," she said. "I believe it was only 5 or so weeks ago that he found out the car had been in an accident." "Well, why don't you go and ask Alec himself?" "But then he would know we suspected him," I told her. "And if he was the murderer, then it wouldn't do to question him now, would it?" She seemed nervous and shifted from one foot to another. I wondered if she could possibly be the killer. I decided to risk a question. "I've heard word around town that Ethelbert Jones was blackmailing people." Her mouth formed a perfect O before she shut it firmly. "I'm sure that's just idle gossip," she said, not meeting my eyes. "I don't believe any of it. It's just the sort of malicious gossip that goes around these small towns." "But if he was blackmailing someone, then that would be surely a motive for murder," Linda said. Mrs. Mumbles looked off into the distance. "Perhaps. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to attend to a customer." She headed over to a man who was staring at standard razors. The man didn't look like he wanted any help. I took Linda's arm and hurried her to the car. I was approaching the front door to the building when someone darted around the corner, knocking me into the wall. "Are you all right?" Linda asked me. "Did you see who it was? I asked her. She shook her head. It all happened so fast, and I was ahead of you. People can be so rude these days. What did you think of Mrs. Mumbles? I asked when we were in the car and driving into town. I thought she reacted strangely when you mentioned Killian Cosgrove, and she also reacted strangely when you mentioned blackmail. I nodded. That's exactly what I thought. And don't forget, Alec Alden told us yesterday that Ethelbert Jones was blackmailing Mrs. Mumbles because she had a married lover. And of course, Mrs. Mumbles herself is married. She was quite insistent Killian Cosgrove wasn't the killer, Linda said. I found that suspicious. I wonder if she's having an affair with Killian Cosgrove, I said. That would fit. He is married. Linda agreed. Still, we probably need to ask around or watch her to see if she's having an affair with someone else, maybe with Killian Cosgrove's brother. I looked across at Linda. He has a brother. She shrugged. I have no idea. I just meant you should not focus on Killian Cosgrove being her lover just simply because she said he couldn't be the killer. Maybe they're just good friends. I think we need to look around further to discover the identity of her lover. Blackmail is surely a good motive for murder. You're right, I said. Now let's get coffee and cake. We drove to a little coffee shop, one by the water where the whale-watching boats docked, and were lucky enough to get a park. Usually I had to circle the block about 5 times, and even then sometimes wasn't able to find a parking spot. It had been a seriously hot day, but the sea breeze was picking up and another thunderstorm was coming in. I wondered what my parents were doing and wondered when I would see them again. Of course, I couldn't tell Linda about my parents. She looked at me as we sat down at the cafe and said, Are you all right? You seem distracted. Is everything okay between you and Lucas? It's fine, I said automatically. It's just that being kidnapped by Weston Maxwell was a horrible shock. It would be a terrible shock, she said. You're doing better than I would have been doing after that. It must have been traumatic. You probably need counselling. I laughed. Sure, I'll just go to a therapist and tell them that I was kidnapped by a vampire, and then they'll have me committed. Linda laughed too, but then her expression turned sombre. I'm not cut out for all this sleuthing business. Speaking to Mrs. Mumbles made me quite nervous. Well, you're a shifter wolf, I said, lowering my voice. So did you get any psychic vibes or wolf vibes or anything like that? Linda chuckled. It doesn't work like that. Anyway, what would you like? I'm paying. Just my usual coffee and one of those pink cupcakes, please. As Linda walked away, I looked idly out on the street. I gasped. Surely those weren't my parents walking in public in the full light of day. I took another look, and it was another couple entirely. I rubbed my temples hard. I had to get a grip. Linda had already noticed I wasn't my usual self. I knew I was being watched by a spy for the other, someone who had been watching my aunts for years. That person had to be close to us. I didn't believe it was Brina, but I had to accept the possibility, sad to say. But who else could it be? Mrs. Mumbles and Alec Alden had been living in town for years. Neither knew Aunt Agnes well. Also, there was the fact that Alec Alden had been a neighbour of Beckett Maxwell's. That only left Joyce Batson, who, being an antique dealer, had close contact with Aunt Agnes over the years. Chapter 15. Are you sure about this? Linda asked me. Not entirely, I said, but I think we should have a chat with Alec Alden. Today's show was only in the morning, so he should be home by now. We both found him creepy. Lots of creepy people aren't murderers, she pointed out. Look, I just want to get this over with, I told her. Aunt Agnes and I have spoken to Joyce Batson, and we've just spoken to Mrs. Mumbles. Neither of us know Killian Cosgrove, so that leaves Alec Alden. There's the wife as well, Linda said. I haven't forgotten her, I said, but she's at the cottage, so we can question her any time. The only suspects we haven't spoken to yet are Killian Cosgrove and Alec Alden. And I think we should drive out to Alec's and say sorry to bother him and all that, and use the same excuse we used for Mrs. Mumbles. Linda sighed. OK, what's the worst that can happen? He could whisper us to death. Linda didn't know I was looking for the spy for the other, as well as for the murderer of Ethelbert Jones. I had no idea of whether or not they were different people. I also wasn't sure whether or not Mrs. Mumbles had tried to take a hair sample from me. I would be on the alert to see if Alec Alden did. My stomach was churning and I was at a loose end. Knowing my parents were so close when I had barely seen them in 5 years was doing my head in. I was restless and couldn't sit around at the manor twiddling my thumbs. No, I had to act. I handed Linda my phone. Can you text Aunt Agnes and tell her what we're doing? What if she doesn't like it? Linda said. As they say, it is better to seek forgiveness than to ask permission. What will I say? Linda said. Just say you and I are going out to Alec Alden's to see what he knows about the victim. Linda texted away and then dropped my phone back into the cup holder. Only moments later my phone rang. I pressed the button on the Bluetooth. Valkyrie, come home right now, Aunt Agnes said in strident tones. We're just pulling up outside his house now, I exaggerated. If he looks out the window, he'll think it's strange that I've stopped outside his house and then turned around. Oh, well, be careful, Valkyrie, and text me or call me the second you leave, so I won't have to send in reinforcements. I duly promised, and then continued on the further 5 kilometres to Alec Alden's house. Do you think we could be in danger from him? Linda asked me. Well, if he's a murderer, I suppose we could be, I said. I could hardly tell Linda that I might be in danger from the spy for the other, though it was clear to me that the spy was trying to track my parents. Just then, an awful thought hit me. What if the spy for the other kidnapped me to swap with my parents? I broke out into a cold sweat. I don't like him, Linda said. Who? I said with a start. Well, Alec Alden, of course, she said. I find him creepy. Perhaps he's a shifter, I said. I sensed Linda tense beside me. What? You find shifters creepy? I hurried to reassure her. No. What I meant was, you're a shifter, so you might sense something paranormal about him. You might translate that as being creepy. Does that make sense? Linda hesitated for a while before saying, I see. Yes, that makes sense. Well, do you think he's a shifter? I prompted her. It's not as if we can always tell, as you know, she said. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. There is just something creepy about him. Did your aunts think he was a vampire? They didn't have a clue, I said. And Alec was the one who tipped me off to Weston Maxwell being the murderer only a few days ago. He was quite helpful. Oh, but that's got nothing to do with Ethelbert Jones's death, surely, Linda said. No. I would have to be more careful and think before I spoke. I had nearly let on to Linda that I was also looking for someone involved with the other, not just the killer of Ethelbert James. But then again, Alec had been to the house just before Ethelbert Jones arrived. Maybe he had come to the house on the pretext simply so he could see if Ethelbert Jones was already there. I remarked on this to Linda. We will have to be quite careful then, she said. Pepper, is it too late to turn around and go back? Look, we've driven all this way, so we might as well get it over with, I said. At least it's broad daylight. Linda nodded. Thankfully. I always wonder why people in movies always go to haunted houses after dark to investigate. This isn't a haunted house, I pointed out. Not as far as we know, Linda countered. I pulled up outside the iron gate, flanked by an old wire fence. Magnificent roses grew along the fence line. I opened the wire gate and stepped onto the pathway. "Can I help you?" a soft, disembodied voice said. Linda let out a shriek and clutched my arm. I looked down, and there, under a magnificent apricot and white David Austin rose, was the thin figure of Alec Alden clutching a large pair of pruning shears. I summed up the distance to the gate in case he lunged at us. However, he did no such thing. He stood up and leant over us. "This is a surprise," he said. "Miss Valkyrie Jasper and her friend Mrs. Williams." "Pepper," I corrected, just as Linda said, "Ms. Williams, but you can call me Linda." "Come inside and have a cup of tea, please," he said. I had a feeling I was a fly being invited into the spider's lair. Linda shot me a worried look, but we had no choice. We were there to question him. He was hardly likely to throw us out after he had offered us a cup of tea. Besides, it was a grievous insult in the country not to accept the offer of a cup of tea or even lunch. As he walked down the path behind us, I felt a pulling sensation in the back of my head. I spun around as Alec walked past me with his pruning shears in his hand. What was with suspects with pruning shears? Still, I supposed it was normal for gardeners to have pruning shears. Alec ushered us straight through the house to sit outside on a white iron garden furniture set. It didn't have cushions and so was quite uncomfortable. It did, however, afford a lovely view over the back of his house and the cottage-type garden full of roses, lavenders and rosemary bushes, as well as small colourful plants. While I loved roses, I didn't know much about other flowers. "Tea or coffee?" he asked us. We both said we would have black tea. He disappeared inside and I whispered to Linda, "Look around for any sign of evidence." "What possible evidence could there be?" she said. "We know he's an orchid grower and the victim was killed with an orchid stake, but what could we possibly hope to see?" She did have a point. I have no clue, really. Still, we might pick up something. Anyway, keep your ears pricked, because he could say something to give himself away. The porch was as neat as a pin. Alec wafted out, carrying a tray. He reminded me of one of those monsters from scary movies that float along the ground, their feet not touching it. I was unable to suppress a shudder. "Now, may I ask why you ladies are here?" he said. "Is this about Beckett Maxwell again?" I shook my head. Beckett Maxwell had been a friend of my parents'. His house was just down the road from Alec Alden. "No, the other murder," I said. I would have said more, but he said, "Of course, Ethelbert Jones. We've had a moment's silence for him each day at the orchid show." "Yes, and that's why we're here. The police suspect my Aunt Agnes of being the killer," I lied. I had the unpleasant thought that I was getting better at lying. Still, it really could be a good thing under the circumstances. "Why exactly do the police suspect your aunt?" He raised his eyebrows. He was awfully well dressed for someone who was doing gardening. I mean, who else in the world would wear cream trousers to do gardening? He was wearing a brown cardigan with gold buttons down the front. He had to be the most impeccably dressed gardener in the town, if not the country. "She found the body," I said. "Well, it seems unreasonable to me. I don't know why the police suspect her. Anyway, the reason we're here is because we are going around to everyone in the Orchid Club and asking them what they knew about Ethelbert Jones and whether they knew anyone who had any reason to kill him." Yes, alas, I told you at the orchid show that Mrs. Mumbles was being blackmailed because she was having an affair with a married man. That's all around town, so I don't know anything more about anyone else. "What about Joyce Batson, the antique dealer?" I asked him. "I don't really know anything about Joyce Batson," he said. "I don't buy antiques. Dirty things. I don't buy anything second-hand. Only second-hand cars." "Oh yes, "If I might be quite frank, Mrs. Mumbles told us you did it," I said with a laugh, as if I disbelieved her. "That made me think that you could be right in saying she's the murderer. She was clearly trying to deflect attention onto someone else." "Precisely what did she say about me?" he asked. I noticed his hand tightened on his teacup. It was the first time I had heard him speak in an angry tone. "Well, she said the victim sold you an expensive vintage car and told you it had never been in an accident, and then not long after that, it fell in half or something like that." Alec Alden made the loudest sound he had made in my presence. It would have been at least as loud as a loud whisper. He muttered something rudely, I presume to himself, and then leant forward. "The foolish woman knows nothing about cars." She is, however, correct. Ethelbert Jones sold me a Cadillac Model 314. It only had 150 kilometres on it. It was a V8 5.2-litre engine. It had been completely restored. The motor, the upholstery, the brakes, the running boards, everything had been reconditioned or replaced. He did say it had never been in an accident. "Did he charge too much for it?" I asked him. He shook his head. "I paid $62,000 for it, which I thought quite the bargain. Only I found out later it had been in an accident." "Wouldn't you have it checked over before you bought it?" Linda asked, earning herself a furious glare from Alec. "Of course I did, my dear woman," he whispered. "It didn't fall in half like that woman said. No, indeed, it had engine problems and it—" His voice trailed away. "Do either of you ladies know anything about cars?" We both shook our heads. "I don't know a thing," I said. "Then I won't bore you with the technical details," he said. "Needless to say, it's going to cost me a good $10,000 to fix it." "What are those cars usually worth?" I asked him. "A minimum of $70,000, he said. "I got it for $10,000 less." So then, one could say that even with the hassle and the payment to have it repaired, it will still come out around the right price. Therefore, I didn't have any motive to murder Ethelbert Jones, if that's what you're thinking. He swore he didn't know about the previous damage. It's irrelevant to me whether or not he was telling the truth, because I will not be out of pocket. I thought it over. I actually didn't know anything about cars. I tried to remember the name of the car so I could Google the price later. "Come and see my cars now," Alec whispered. He stood up, soundlessly. As Linda and I stood up, our chairs made a loud sound as they scraped along the concrete. Alec had moved his chair as well, but he hadn't made a sound, and I wondered how that was even possible. Still, I always maintained there was something creepy about him. We followed him to a large and expensive-looking iron barn in the unpleasant colours of a sickly green roof with mustard-coloured walls. He flung open the sliding doors and I gasped to see an array of vintage cars. I did not know whether they were vintage or antique or classic. I knew there was a distinction, but I had no idea what it was. All I knew was that they were very expensive. I wondered how he was able to afford cars such as these. He gestured proudly to the car. "This is the Cadillac, of course," he said. I peered at the car. I could see why people got interested in such things. It was a work of art. It was a lovely cream colour with black wheels and red rims. "Is it all right to touch it?" I asked. "Be my guest." He looked pleased at my obvious interest. I looked in the window. "Wow, it's a piece of history," I said, momentarily forgetting why I was there. "Yes, I do enjoy collecting cars," he whispered to me. "I also have a Jaguar XK120 drophead coupe. This is a 6-cylinder. I imported it from California in 1990. I had the work done. I had it converted to disc brakes and power steering by a Jaguar specialist in 1996. It's wonderful to drive." "The dirt roads around here can't be much good for it, surely?" Linda asked him. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. It was clear he didn't like Linda. "Yes, that's one of the drawbacks of living out here," he spat. "One of the many drawbacks." I wondered why he lived so far out of town with all the dirt roads and the dust. I looked around at his beloved cars. I counted 5. "All these are like classic cars or whatever you call them as well, aren't they?" I said. "Quite so." He gestured to a silver car. "This is my Daimler DS 420, and this is my Daimler Conquest Saloon." He nodded to a black car beside it. "And this is my 1939 Chrysler Special." "Well, thank you for your time," I told him. "I absolutely love your cars." I was genuine. They were beautiful, and I loved the history that went with them. "Apart from Mrs. Mumbles, is there anyone you can think of who could have killed Ethelbert Jones?" Linda added. "My bet is on Mrs. Mumbles," he said. "Do you know anything about Ethelbert Jones's wife?" I asked him. "She's staying at the Manor now." For some reason, he found my remarks very interesting. "Well, is she now? That's interesting." "Why is it interesting?" I thought that a strange remark. "She could well be the murderer," he said. "Perhaps you should find out if she inherits everything. I believe Ethelbert was quite wealthy." "Yes, we'll look into it," I said. "There's also Joyce Batson. The victim sold her a fake painting. The other possible suspect is Killian Cosgrove, who apparently had some run-in with the victim, because Ethelbert was sufficiently annoyed with him to put mealybugs on his orchids, if that can be believed." "Mealybugs, dreadful things," Alex said. "I don't have any, of course. I quarantine any new orchids I buy for a good time. Mealybugs can take a couple of weeks to hatch, you understand. You can get rid of them with white oil, which these days they call pest oil." "We have to go, I'm sorry," Linda said. "Pepper's Aunt Agnes texted me and told us to come straight home." "I'd love to visit and see your cars at some other time," I said. I wanted to keep on his good side and figured I needed to question him further and keep an eye on him. He smiled and gave a little wave as we walked back down the pathway. When we were back in the car, I asked Linda, "Why were you in such a hurry to get away?" Linda clicked on her seatbelt. "He makes me so uneasy. He always has. There is something predatory about him, something evil. Don't you feel it?" I had to admit that I didn't. That was a waste of time. I hoped we would turn up something, I lamented. I don't think we're any further along with our investigation. However, I don't think Alec is the killer, not if his only motive was that car. If my mathematics is correct, and it usually isn't, by the way, then he didn't do it. He hasn't really had a financial loss, and he does love the car. It hardly seems a motive for murder. Linda agreed. "We have to find out the identity of Mrs. Mumble's lover." "You're right," I said. "And we still have to question Killian Cosgrove. If Ethelbert Jones really did put mealybugs on Killian's orchids, then he did have a grudge against him. We need to know what that grudge was." Chapter 16. "Well, what did you really think of Alec Alden?" Linda asked me as we drove back in the direction of town. "Like I said, I don't think he had a motive, although he seemed awfully keen to blame Mrs. Mumbles, and then he jumped on Euphemia Jones as being a killer," I said. "That's not suspicious in himself, because an innocent person would probably suggest other suspects. What do you think?" "There is something about him that makes my flesh crawl," I admitted. "But I knew someone like that back in the city. I used to work with him. At first I thought he was really creepy, but he turned out to be a lovely person, and I felt bad for thinking it." "I do find Alec Alden more than super creepy," Linda said. "Well, still, I can't see that he's got a motive." "Just because we don't know what his motive is doesn't mean he hasn't got one," I pointed out. Do you think he could possibly be the murderer then? I shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, I sighed. I really want to go to bed with a cup of hot chocolate. I need a break from all this. You've had a really traumatic time lately, Linda said. I'm not surprised you feel like that. As we got closer to town, I checked the rear vision mirror once more. I was in the habit of checking my rear vision mirror when driving on country roads, because cars could come up quickly behind and pass at speed, showering the car with blinding dust. I hadn't seen a car before, and now I saw one. Linda, I think we're being followed. She turned around. I can't see anyone. Keep looking, I said. I can just now see a white car in the distance, she said. It seems entirely innocent to me. Whatever makes you think it's following us? Because my right eye is twitching, and it only does that when something is amiss. Has your right eye twitched around a murderer before? Linda asked me. I shook my head. It only works at random, but every time it's happened, something bad happens. Plenty of bad things happen without my right eye twitching, but when it does, then something bad does happen. Does that make sense? Perfect sense, Linda said. And you think this is definitely tied into the white car back there? Don't ask me how I know, I said, but we're being followed. As soon as I said the words, I wondered if the person following me was the spy for the other. If it was, then I shouldn't mention anything to Linda. What should we do? Linda asked me. Ideally, I could duck down a side road and come out behind them and see who it is, I said. It must mean we're close to solving the murder. I nodded, although I doubted that was the case. I figured I was being followed by the spy for the other because they had figured out their tracking spell had been broken. As we drove down a long hill, Linda grabbed my arm. Duck in there! I sped down the hill and took a hard right into a little dirt lane. I turned the car hard and pulled up under the cover of tall bottlebrush bushes. I held my breath, waiting for the car to go past. I don't think they can see us from here, Linda said. They can if they look, but no one will be looking, I said. They would have to be deliberately looking off to the right. I held my breath. My mouth was dry. I wondered if I should text my aunts and tell them what was happening, but thought the better of it. It was then I remembered I said I'd text Aunt Agnes as soon as we left Alec's house. Linda, quick, can you text Aunt Agnes for me and tell her that we've left Alec Alden's house and we're on our way home? And my phone's in the cup holder. Linda was texting away when the white car turned into the lane. I gasped and Linda dropped my phone. It was Alec Alden in a white car. Linda was fishing on the floor for the phone. I put my hand on the back of her neck and hissed, "Stay down so he doesn't see you. I have a plan." I pushed her head down. Alec rolled his window down. "Did you ladies break down?" "No," I said. He continued to look at me, so I said, "Linda needed a bathroom break. She's in those bushes there." His face flushed bright red. "I'm so sorry to trouble you." He turned the car around and drove off in the direction of town. "Ouch," Linda said as soon as I left her up. What was all that about? I couldn't tell Linda about the spy, so I said, I didn't want whoever was following to find both of us in the car. I planned to say I was with someone who was having a bathroom break, I told her. It didn't exactly sound believable. "How did Alec even see us turn off?" she asked me. "I have no idea," I said. "Still, it seems he was simply driving into town." "Either that or he was deliberately following us," Linda said. "But why on earth would he do that?" I did not respond. If Alec Alden had murdered Ethelbert Jones, there was no reason for him to follow me. If, however, he was the spy for the other, then he had every reason to follow me. My stomach twisted into knots. And when we reached the manor, Linda said, "I've got to run off now. I have an appointment." "Do you have time for coffee before you go?" I asked her. She shook her head. "I'm late as it is." "Thanks for your help," I said. I waved until she had driven out of sight. I walked round the back of the house and was walking into the kitchen when I saw Euphemia Jones bending over in the vegetable garden. I walked over to her. "Hello, Mrs. Jones." She straightened up and clutched her stomach. "Miss Jasper, you scared me." "Sorry about that," I said. She had a large green bag. Lots of vegetables were poking out the top. "I hope you don't mind me taking these," she said. "I thought it was the least you could do since my husband has been murdered here." "Well, I'm not suing you, so I thought you'd all be grateful." I crossed my arms over my chest. "There's nothing to sue us for," I said with narrowed eyes, "and we gave you a cut rate." She looked me up and down with a malicious smirk on her face. "Well, I think I have enough vegetables for now." With that, she hurried off. I burst through the kitchen door. The aunts were sitting around the kitchen table drinking witch's brew. "Euphemia Jones was just out there stealing our vegetables," I said. Aunt Dorothy nodded slowly. "Yes, we saw her, but we thought perhaps we should not confront her." "Why ever not?" "We thought it judicious simply to watch her," Aunt Agnes said. "Don't worry. She won't be here for long, Valkyrie." "I don't like her," I said. "I think she's up to something. Anyway, Alec Alden said he thought she was the murderer." "On what grounds?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I sat at the table opposite Aunt Maud. Aunt Agnes put a glass goblet in front of me and filled it with witch's brew. "He didn't really have a clue," I said, "and he also seemed to think it was Mrs. Mumbles. He didn't tell us anything we didn't really know." "Do you suspect Alec Alden?" Aunt Agnes said. "Well, he doesn't really have a motive, as far as I could tell," I told them. "He has 5 vintage cars, and Ethelbert Jones sold him one quite cheaply. It did turn out to have engine problems, but with what it will cost him to fix it, he still comes out ahead of paying full price. And that's not really grounds to murder anyone." "Maybe he had another reason to kill him." Aunt Dorothy stood up and stretched. "Maybe," I said, "but something strange happened. You know how my right eye twitches?" The aunts all nodded. I pushed on. "I saw a car following us on our way back to town, and my right eye twitched. I pulled down a laneway. No one would have seen me leave the road, and it was hard to see the car, no doubt. But Alec Alden pulled up and asked us if the car had broken down. I pushed Linda down and said she was having a bathroom break in the bushes. The aunts thought that was awfully funny. "Didn't he see her? Or is his eyesight as bad as Dorothy's?" Aunt Maud said. "There's nothing wrong with my eyesight," Aunt Dorothy said. She had gone over to the cabinet to fetch a fresh bottle of witch's brew and was addressing a tall bronze statue of Artemis. Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud both exchanged glances and shook their heads. Linda dropped the phone when she was texting Aunt Agnes, so I pushed her down and told her to stay there, I said. "That was quick thinking, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "Did he say why he was following you?" "No," I said. "He was simply heading in the direction of town, so if it was innocent, then it was nothing to do with my right eye twitching." "It twitches as a premonition, though, doesn't it?" Aunt Agnes asked me. I nodded. "Yes, as a rule, but this time I felt it was something to do with the car following me." "Did anyone try to take a piece of your hair, either Mrs. Mumbles or Alec Alden?" It was Aunt Maud who asked the question. Before I could reply, Aunt Agnes got up and stood behind me. She gasped. "What is it, Aunt Agnes?" I shrieked. "Is it a spider?" I jumped up and patted myself down. "No, a whole chunk of your hair is missing at the back," Aunt Agnes said. "Oh no, does it look terrible?" I asked her. "That's hardly the point, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said sternly. "It doesn't matter how you look. The point is, today you have been in contact with the spy for the other who has taken a large piece of your hair." "And how could that be possible? Now think about it hard." "Pruning shears," I exclaimed. "Both Mrs. Mumbles and Alec Alden had pruning shears. and both more or less bumped into me at some point. Aunt Agnes scowled. Did anyone else bump into you? Think, Valkyrie, this is important. There was a man who bumped into me at Mrs. Mumble's plant nursery, I said. I didn't see him. He was hurrying past and pushed me forward hard. He took off. It all happened so fast that I wouldn't be surprised if he cut off some of my hair. What did he look like? Aunt Agnes asked me. I actually didn't see him, I said, trying to remember. He disappeared around the corner. I only saw a flash of someone fairly tall and not terribly skinny, but that's all I could tell you. I couldn't even tell you what colour hair he had. Perhaps it was a woman. I have no idea. At the time, I thought it was entirely innocent. And it might be entirely innocent, Aunt Agnes said. Then again, it might not. So then, we have 3 suspects who could be the spy for the other. Mrs. Mumbles, Alec Alden, and the mysterious man or woman in Mrs. Mumble's plant nursery. Are you sure no one else bumped into you today? I'm absolutely positive, I said. I bit my fingernail and thought some more. I'm sure I would have noticed, because I was expecting someone to take a piece of hair or my clothes. I didn't think someone would attack me with pruning shears. Call Linda and ask her if she noticed anything, Aunt Dorothy said. Don't mention the other, of course. Particularly ask her when she noticed a chunk of your hair missing, Aunt Maud added. You know, I'm surprised she didn't comment. Aunt Agnes made a strangled sound. Of course Linda wouldn't have noticed, or she would have said, Here, Valkyrie, I'll take a photo of the back of your hair with your phone and you can text it to her. I gasped when I saw the chunk missing from my hair. There was a big V missing at the back of my hair off to my right side. It looked awfully strange. It's terrible, I lamented, but a look from Aunt Agnes silenced me. I texted the photo to Linda and asked her to call me at once. It's a bit avant-garde, isn't it? Linda said by way of greeting. Did you do it yourself? No, the aunts noticed I have a huge chunk of my hair missing at the back, I said. Someone did it today. Did you notice anything wrong with my hair at the back? Wouldn't you have noticed if someone cut your hair? Linda said. No, we think the murderer probably did it to put a spell on me, I said. It sounded awfully lame, and I considered I wasn't such a good liar after all. Thankfully, Linda bought my story. I felt bad lying to her, but she could not know about the other. She was a shifter, and that would put her in great danger. You know, I don't even think I saw the back of your head today, Linda said. I didn't notice that at all. I couldn't tell you when it happened, sorry. I wish I'd noticed, but I think I was walking ahead of you all the time. Are you sure you would have noticed? I asked her. For sure, she said. I don't remember standing behind you at any point. I remember I walked ahead of you to Mrs. Mumble's, and I walked first down the path to Alec Alden's, and I was first in his barn to look at his cars. Come to think of it, I was also first out to your car when we left his place. I can't recall if I was behind you at all. I looked at the aunts. I thanked Linda and hung up. Look on the bright side, Aunt Agnes said. We know the spy for the other is one of those 3 people. What 3 people? Dorothy said. Haven't you been listening, Dorothy? Agnes snapped. It's either Alec Alden, Mrs. Mumbles, or the mysterious man. Clearly it was the mysterious man, Aunt Dorothy said. We all looked at her. Why? We all asked in unison. Because he is mysterious, of course, Dorothy said with a wide smile. Aunt Agnes groaned and put her head in her hands. Chapter 17. Lucas was just here. You missed him, Aunt Maud announced. He was looking for you, Aunt Dorothy added. We were careful not to tell him you were investigating. What did you tell him? I narrowed my eyes. My aunts were not the most tactful people. I told him we were going for a pedicure, Aunt Agnes said. I frowned. A pedicure? I wondered if I had heard her correctly. Yes, a pedicure, she said. I've booked us both in for a pedicure. I was about to ask her why on earth she had done that, but she said, Killian Cosgrove is a pedicurist. I sat bolt upright. He is? I tried to remember what he looked like. He and his wife own a pedicure and manicure salon, Aunt Agnes said. What better way to cross-examine someone than when they're giving you a pedicure? Her voice ended on a note of triumph. I don't know about that, I said, having visions of someone sticking a cuticle cutter into my toenails as a form of torture. My feet are very ticklish. He won't suspect a thing, Aunt Agnes said with a wave of her hand. And even better, his wife is there. I've booked us both. Great, I said sarcastically, but my aunts all nodded enthusiastically. My feet are very ticklish, I repeated, but no one seemed to care. Is it for today? Yes, didn't I just say that? Aunt Agnes said. I think you'll have to leave soon. She looked at her phone. We'd better go now. We can go in my car. I'll drive. And so, 5 minutes later, I found myself on my way to Karen and Killian Cosgrove's pedicure salon. Thank goodness neither of us have had a pedicure recently, Aunt Agnes remarked, because he won't be suspicious. Why would he be suspicious of someone who has frequent pedicures? I asked her. And I have never had a proper pedicure because my feet are so ticklish. Aunt Agnes did not respond. The pedicure salon was in a large shopping centre on the ground floor. Aunt Agnes had trouble finding a parking spot in the underground parking centre. This is a bad omen, she said. What is? I asked her. Not getting a parking spot easily, she said. I have to do a road opener work or a blockbuster work. Oh, that reminds me, I'm almost out of black candles. She tapped her head with one finger. I'm not sure I'm following you, I said. I'm reading the signs. If it's easy to get a parking spot, then I know there are no blockages in my life. If I drive past and then later see available parking spots, then I know that my timing is wrong. If I find it difficult to get a parking spot, then I know there are difficulties to be surmounted. Does that mean it won't be easy to find the killer? I asked her. Possibly, but it might be difficult to discover the spy for the other. Then again, it could simply be both. I rubbed my forehead with my left hand. I think I'm getting a headache. You will feel good soon, Aunt Agnes said. We're multitasking, questioning a suspect and having a pedicure at the same time. She beamed as she said it, but I wasn't so sure. It wasn't far to the pedicure salon, and a short woman with cropped black hair was at the reception desk. I'm Agnes Jasper. I'm booked for Karen Cosgrove, and my niece Valkyrie here is booked for Killian Cosgrove, Aunt Agnes said. The woman consulted her book and then showed us to 2 adjoining chairs. I'll turn on the massage chair and please tell me if it's too strong for you, she said. She turned it on and I nearly jumped out. It vibrated so hard it set my teeth on edge and jarred my back. Are you able to turn mine down at all, please? I asked her. She shook her head. I'm afraid not, but it's either on or off. Off then, if that's okay, I said. I wrinkled my nose at the pungent smell of glues and solvents. She didn't look pleased, but made no comment. What about you? She asked Aunt Agnes. I love it. Can you make it go faster? She asked. The woman's eyes narrowed even further. It's either on or off. I can't make it go slower or faster. Karen and Killian will be with you in a moment. With that, she scurried back to her desk. A man and a woman appeared in front of us, each carrying a tub of water. We had already removed our sandals, so they dipped our feet in the water. Killian made to sponge mine, but I said, You can't touch my feet, they're ticklish. You can touch my toes, that's all. Killian gingerly sponged my toes. I expected he had been kicked in the face by someone with ticklish feet before. Maybe it was a typical trade hazard. I wondered how to start speaking, as Aunt Agnes and I had not formed a plan on the way over, but Aunt Agnes broke the ice. "Mrs. Mumbles recommended you," she said. Killian stopped washing my toes and looked shocked. I wondered if Mrs. Mumbles had ever had a pedicure. Aunt Agnes must have been thinking the same thing, as she hastened to add, "I don't know if she's ever had a pedicure here, but we asked her where to get a pedicure, and she recommended the two of you. I don't know if she was speaking from direct experience, or whether one of her customers had said this was the place to come." I thought she had gone a little far covering up. It did sound suspicious to me, and both Killian and Karen did seem a little tense, but that might have been my imagination. "Have you had a pedicure before?" Karen asked Aunt Agnes. "Not for a century or so," Aunt Agnes said. Karen laughed, but I knew Aunt Agnes wasn't joking. "And where are you from?" She addressed the question to me. "I'm from Sydney," I told them. "So you've moved here permanently from Sydney?" Killian asked me. "Yes, this is my Aunt Agnes. I came here to help my aunts with their bed and breakfast." "The Jasper sisters, isn't it?" Karen said. Aunt Agnes nodded. "Yes, one of our boarders was murdered," she blurted out. "He was an orchid grower by the name of Ethelbert Jones. I believe you knew him." Killian was massaging my toes. He paused for a moment. "We were in the orchid club together," he said. "I've known him for years." "I've never met him," Karen said. "I'm not particularly fond of orchids, or any plants for that matter." Her face flushed bright red, and I wondered what was going on. "The police suspect my Aunt Agnes of murdering him," I said, going along with the story we had concocted for Mrs. Mumbles. "You don't have to tell everyone," Aunt Agnes said in a fake scolding tone. I pretended to be contrite. "Sorry, Aunt Agnes." "Why would the police suspect you?" Killian asked her. "Because I discovered his body," Aunt Agnes said. "Please don't think I'm rude, but he was a most unpleasant man. He didn't like pets. Please forgive me. I hope I haven't offended you. I hope he wasn't a close friend or anything like that." Not at all, Killian said. "We were in the same orchid club for years, but he wasn't a friend or anything like that. Do you say he didn't like pets?" "Yes, he sent us several emails saying he couldn't have any pets around, and when he arrived, he said the same thing over and over again," Aunt Agnes said. "What sort of person doesn't like pets? Oh, do forgive me again. I always put my foot in it. I hope the two of you like pets." Karen hurried to reassure her. "Yes, we both love pets, don't we, Killian?" "Indeed we do," he said. "We have 2 Maltese terriers, as well as a ragdoll cat." "How lovely," I said, wondering how we were going to find out any further information. I had no idea how to bring up the mealybugs. "Well, since the police think it was me, I'm trying to find out who really did do it," Aunt Agnes said. "Did he have any enemies?" Killian looked up at her. "I don't really know if he had any enemies, but he did have a falling out with Alec Alden. He sold him a vintage car and said it had never been in an accident, but it fell in half or something." "Fell in half?" I repeated. He stopped massaging my toes and looked up at me. "I don't know if it literally fell in half, but that's what the word around town was." "Do you know Alec Alden?" "Oh yes, we've met," I said. "Could Mr. Jones have had any other enemies? It doesn't seem like much of a motive for murder." "Yes, there's Joyce Batson, the antique dealer," he said. "He sold her something fake. I can't remember what it was now." "It was a painting," his wife supplied, "but I don't think we should be gossiping. We should leave it to the police." Aunt Agnes sighed. "If the police suspect me, then clearly they're not doing their job, as I know for certain I didn't do it. I need to find out who did it." Karen simply nodded. "What about his wife?" Killian said. "Have you met his wife?" I asked him. Killian shook his head. Ethelbert Jones mentioned her from time to time, but she never once attended an orchid show. He was a wealthy man and not a terribly pleasant one, so perhaps she did away with him for his inheritance. Well, surely she would have murdered him years ago if that were the case, Aunt Agnes said. Maybe something finally pushed her over the edge. Karen shot a sideways look at her husband. He scowled at her in response. So I hadn't been imagining it. These two seemed slightly snarky with each other, or at least Karen was a little snarky towards Killian. That wasn't suspicious in itself. No doubt every woman feels that way towards her husband from time to time, but it did make me wonder. Karen said to Aunt Agnes, "I'll let your feet soak for a little while." Killian stood up and repeated those words to me. As he went to leave, Aunt Agnes stopped him. "Do you mind me asking one more question?" "Of course not," he said. "Do you think Mrs. Mumbles could have killed Ethelbert?" Killian's face flushed. "No, I couldn't imagine she had a grudge against him." Aunt Agnes nodded. "OK, thanks." When she didn't say anything else, Killian said, "What have you heard about her?" I was about to speak, but Aunt Agnes got in first. "Nothing. Nothing at all. I just heard that she's a member of the Orchid Club, that's all. Lovely woman." Killian nodded and headed off to attend to someone else's feet. Aunt Agnes leant across to me and spoke in low tones. "Do you think Killian is the one who is having an affair with Mrs. Mumbles?" I shrugged. "I don't know," I whispered. "But I do think it a little strange that he said it couldn't be Mrs. Mumbles, whereas everyone else has told us the rumours that she's being blackmailed. I also thought it was strange how he defended her. Did you notice how his wife is acting a little snarky towards him?" "That could be anything," Aunt Agnes said. "But I do think it's strange he didn't think it could be Mrs. Mumbles." "Should we mention mealybugs to him?" I asked. "Yes, I think you should." I certainly didn't intend to ask while he had the toenail clippers in his hands. What if he slipped? I shuddered. When Killian returned, wielding his toenail clippers and cuticle cutters, I shrank back in the seat. I held my breath, but so far it had been painless. Then again, I hadn't done anything to upset him. Aunt Agnes was making inconsequential small talk. I figured to lull them into a false sense of security. Just as Killian had almost finished with the cuticle cutter, Aunt Agnes asked him, "Did you know there's a rumour going around that Ethelbert Jones put mealybugs on your orchids?" I flinched, but Killian did not dig the cuticle cutter into my flesh. He simply laughed. "Why would he do such a thing? The whole thing is preposterous. It's obvious the rumour was started in order to discredit my orchids, and I can assure you they don't have mealybugs." I had a full-blown headache by now. I studied Killian. He was certainly strong enough to drive an orchid stake through someone, but how much strength did one need for that? Surely it would depend on the sharpness of the stick. Killian was well muscled and looked like he spent most of his spare time in the gym. His shoulders and arms were particularly bulked up, and his quadriceps bulged under his trousers. His wife, too, looked as though she worked out. They both had the look of gym junkies. Either of them had the physical strength to do it, I figured. As Killian changed the subject and chatted away about the weather, the drought inland, and the recent shark attacks, I zoned out. And at least Killian hadn't made a move for my hair. That's when it hit me. Toenail clippings. I had put myself into the very right place for someone to gather my toenail clippings. How silly of me! I had forgotten toenail clippings and had been concentrating on hair. If Killian Cosgrove was working for the other, then he would have full access to do whatever he liked with my toenail clippings. I could hardly ask to take them with me. Chapter 18. "What a pleasant shade of blue on your toenails, Valkyrie," Aunt Maud said, bending over to inspect my toenails. "What about mine?" Aunt Agnes demanded. "Yes, all that glitter and the purple and green stripes look lovely on your toenails too," Aunt Maud said, although she pulled an expression of distaste as she spoke. "Lucas!" I hadn't at first noticed Lucas sitting at the kitchen table sipping witch's brew. "Aunt Dorothy has been filling me in on your activities," he said. He did not look impressed. I put my hands on my hips. "Aunt Dorothy?" "I think he cast some sort of a cleaner spell on me to make me confess." She winced. "I did no such thing," Lucas said sternly. "Oh, Pepper, what you do is your business, but I couldn't bear to see you in danger again. Please be careful. I do worry about you, you know." I went all warm and fuzzy inside and shot him a silly grin. He stood up. "Your parents want to see you again." I caught my breath. "They do?" "Yes. Now, we don't want anyone coming to the door banging and calling out for us when we're in the tunnel. Does anyone know where Euphemia Jones is at the moment?" "We saw her drive to town a while ago," Maud said. "I assume she's still in town. Was her car here when you came back?" We told that it wasn't. "And Brina is asleep in the bay window in the sunlight," Aunt Dorothy said. "And if we leave a saucer of milk on the floor, she won't come looking for us." "I'm sure she doesn't need a saucer of milk on the floor, Dorothy," Aunt Agnes said. "We need to encourage her to act like a person when she is in person form." "Then put a saucer of milk on the table for all I care," Dorothy said, frowning. Aunt Agnes held up her hands and looked at the ceiling. "We should go now," Lucas said. "They'll probably be waiting there." I was beyond excited to see my parents again. Still, I was terribly worried that something might happen to them. I couldn't help worrying, and it was churning me up inside. Aunt Agnes hurried to check on Brina and then came back. "She's still asleep," she whispered. "Let's go. First, Valkyrie, run up to your room and get some sensible shoes. It wouldn't be good to walk through the tunnel in those sandals." After Aunt Agnes and I had changed our shoes, we all went to the secret room. She pressed a button to open the door and it slid aside. We tiptoed into the room in the darkness. Aunt Agnes pressed a button and the trap door slid open. She flipped the switch to turn the light on. I gingerly made my way down the wooden stairs. I was afraid one would give way like on all the horror movies you see on TV. I lost my footing at one stage, but Lucas was there putting his arm on my elbow to steady it. Tingles ran through me as his touch, and I leant into him. My eyes adjusted to the light quite quickly. One of the advantages of being a vampire was that I could see in the dark, although my eyes still needed to adjust when coming from bright light to total darkness. We reached the bottom of the stairs and I looked around the room once more. I didn't like being enclosed in spaces. Although the tunnel had plenty of headroom, I was still afraid. The floor was dirt, and I thought of my newly cleaned feet. I was pleased I had changed into sensible shoes. It was still in the tunnel. I hadn't realised how loud outside life was. It might seem quiet, but then there's the noise of a passing car in the distance, the chirping of the cicadas, the noisy birds overhead. There was always noise in the daytime, no matter how insignificant it seemed. But in the tunnel, there was silence, apart from the low breathing of my companions. A horrible fear hit me that someone else was in there with us, but I dismissed it as my imagination. We made our way along the short distance beside a straight wall and came to the room just before the open doors. We passed through the first set of doors and continued on. Aunt Agnes unlocked the doors and I held my breath. Would my parents be all right? The doors swung open. I at once enveloped my mother in a big hug and my father's hand clamped on my shoulder. "I can't believe I'm seeing you again so soon," I said breathlessly. Do you have information for us? Lucas asked my father. No, Dahlia wanted to see Pepper, he said, as did I. Do you have any information for us? I'm afraid not, Lucas said. However, your daughter spoke to some of the suspects in the murder of Ethelbert Jones. Both my mother and father and mother interrupted him in unison. Pepper, you didn't. I had someone with me, I protested. Anyway, I spoke to Mrs. Mumbles, who runs a plant nursery, and Alec Alden, the creepy man who lives out near Beckett Maxwell's old place. When I was at Mrs. Mumbles' nursery, someone bumped into me. When I got home, I found a chunk missing out of my hair. The tracking spell, my mother said. Yes, so it actually narrows it down to one of those being the spy for the other, I told them. It has to be Mrs. Mumbles, Alec Alden, or the mysterious person who bumped into me. Was it a man or a woman? My mother asked. Well, I thought it was a man at the time, but I can't really be too sure, I said. That does indeed narrow it down, my mother said. The spy realised the tracking spell wasn't working, and so has taken some personal concerns to do another one. Yes, and I'm sure it couldn't be Killian Cosgrove, I said, unless he's in it with someone else. But he gave me a pedicure today, so he would be able to get away with my toenails. He gave you a pedicure? My mother said. I don't mean to sound sexist, but I haven't heard of a man giving a pedicure before. He and his wife own the business, I explained. I'm afraid I've walked right into it by providing him with my toenails. But then again, if he's working alone, it couldn't have been him who took my hair. He wasn't anywhere near me when I had that chunk of hair removed. As you rightly pointed out, he might be in cahoots with someone else, my father said. Lucas shook his head. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Have you checked whether she's got another tracking spell on her? My mother asked my aunts. I nodded. They did. We removed the last one and took precautionary measures against more. I'll do another egg reading, Aunt Maud said, just to be on the safe side, and we'll increase the protection. Just as I was about to say something, we saw a cat run into the tunnel in the direction of Henry Icor's house. Brina, I said, shocked. It's the cat, Aunt Agnes yelled. I'll catch her. My mother sprinted into the darkness. My father sprinted after her. You stay here, Pepper, Lucas said, just in case there's a tracking spell back on you. I know it doesn't seem like that, but we can't take any risks. How did she get down here? I asked no one in particular. We know what cats are like, Aunt Dorothy said. She must have slipped past us as we opened the door. Well, you don't think she's involved with the other, do you? Maud said. Instinctively, I feel she's not, Aunt Agnes said, but we really can't take any chances. I mean, it was a typical thing for a cat that she did, but also it would be a typical thing for a spy to do as well. I stood there and clutched my throat. My heart was beating out of my chest. Surely my cat was not working for the other. It was not long at all before my parents returned with Brina. Brina was in human form and was wearing my mother's coat. She doesn't say much, does she? My mother said. My mother didn't seem overly worried, so that made me relieved. Do you think she's safe? Aunt Agnes asked my mother, wriggling her eyebrows up and down. Oh, we can't be positive, but I suspect she is, my mother said. And she didn't go too far. We do have vampire speed, after all. I knew they were talking over Brina's head, discussing whether Brina could be working for the other. I was relieved they didn't think she was, and I hoped they were right. I also knew that they had overtaken Brina before she got too far down the tunnel, so she would have no idea where it led. She's been turning into a cat and back again more easily in the last day or so, Aunt Agnes said. That's a good sign, my mother said. Do you have any idea why she was stuck in cat form for so many years? Any clue at all? The aunts shook their heads. She really doesn't say much, Aunt Agnes said. She doesn't have much human language, even in human form. You know, you could use her to your advantage, my father said. You could send her to spy on the suspects. That's actually quite a good idea. Aunt Agnes smiled and nodded. I wonder why we didn't think of that. I wondered if it would be such a good idea to send Brina to spy on people if she was working for the other, but then figured that even if she was, there was still a murder to solve and she could bring back information. Worst case scenario, if Brina was working for the other, she would likely help us solve Ethelbert Jones's murder as a cover. I nodded to myself. I think we need to find out who Mrs. Mumbles' lover is, Aunt Agnes said. Mrs. Mumbles is married, and her lover is said to be married. Assuming her lover lives in this town, it must be difficult for them to meet up. They can hardly take a motel room, because it would soon be all over town. They must be meeting somewhere. If we could find out where they're meeting, then we could stake out the place and discover the identity of her lover. Lucas agreed. If it's true that Ethelbert Jones was blackmailing Mrs. Mumbles, then that seems to be the biggest motive for murder we have so far. Yes, because if Alec Alden is telling the truth about his car, that's not a motive at all. And if Joyce Batson is on the level, she doesn't have a strong enough motive either. And the strongest motive so far seems to be the blackmail, my mother said. What about Euphemia Jones, my father said. That is, if she does stand to inherit a sizable amount. I've already looked into that, Lucas said. That's what I've been working on. Yes, she will inherit a sizable sum. She wouldn't ever have to work again, and she'll be quite well off when her husband's money comes through. Aunt Agnes nodded. It looks like the way to go is to investigate the blackmail, and if that doesn't seem to take us anywhere, then we can look more to Euphemia Jones. What specifically can we find out about Euphemia that will help? I asked Lucas. We could see if she actually had an alibi. That would involve going to Nelson Bay and asking people who knew her, Lucas said. I'm reluctant to leave town considering Dahlia and Baudelaire are here. That's why I want to investigate the blackmail first. I've looked into Joyce Batson's fake painting and Alec Alden's car, and it does seem they were both on the level about that. Of course, that doesn't preclude the fact that there could be another motive. But as for the damaged car and fake painting, then yes, those turned out not to be motives at all. The blackmail and Euphemia Jones it is then, I said. But that's only as far as the murder goes. And as for the spy for the other, Aunt Agnes said, it has to be Alec Alden, Mrs. Mumbles, or the mysterious person who bumped into you. Of course, the mysterious person could have been anyone. And I suggest you send Brina in her cat form to spy on Mrs. Mumbles, my mother said. That is, if Brina is able to turn into cat form at will now. Brina transformed before our eyes. It was over in a flash, leaving a cat's head sticking out from under my mother's coat. Meow, she said. Chapter 19. As Aunt Agnes and I drove Brina to Mrs. Mumbles, leaving Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud behind to hold the fort and deal with any problems that might arise with the unpleasant Euphemia Jones, I lamented the fact I had not had a chance to speak to Aunt Agnes in private. Could we really trust Brina? Instinctively I did, but my instincts hadn't always been right, and it seemed a perfect opportunity to place a spy in our midst. Who would suspect a cat? And she would not have turned into a human if it had not been for our spell. Her taking human form was entirely an accident. I knew that if I was thinking along those lines, then Aunt Agnes would be too. Was this all a ruse? Was Aunt Agnes sending Brina to spy on Mrs. Mumbles as some kind of test? I had no idea. Then again, as I pondered on it some more, I figured that if the murder incident was entirely separate to the matter of the other, then Brina might actually be of some help. If the other was not involved with the murder, then the other would want the murder solved rather quickly, because they would not want their spy investigated in any capacity. It could prove too revealing. When we reached Mrs. Mumbles, Brina was still in her human form. She was sitting in the passenger seat next to Aunt Agnes. "Brina, do you understand what you're to do?" Brina nodded, but Aunt Agnes pushed on. "You are to go over to that plant nursery there and seek out a woman called Mrs. Mumbles. We showed you her photo back at the Manor. Do you remember what she looks like?" Brina nodded. "Would you like me to show you her photo again?" Brina shook her head. "Stay in your cat form until you get back to the car. Do you understand? I want you to follow Mrs. Mumbles at a safe distance and spy on her to see if she mentions the name of her lover. If you can't find out his name, at least find out where she meets him. If you have any information at all, come straight back here, even if you don't think the information is terribly significant. And if you don't find out anything in a few hours, come back anyway." Brina nodded and jumped out of the car. She hurried off into the bushes, thankfully walking upright and not on all fours. She disappeared into the bushes, and soon a black cat stalked out. "I do hope she's all right," I said to Aunt Agnes. "So do I," Aunt Agnes said. "And I do hope that we discover something. Stakeouts might look like fun on TV, but I'm sure they're not. Besides, I don't eat donuts." Aunt Agnes chuckled to herself. "Aunt Agnes, what if Brina is the one who is working for the other?" "She is the most likely suspect," Aunt Agnes said. "But it will be interesting to see what information she brings us back. Maybe she will misdirect us." "How will we know?" I asked Aunt Agnes. "We'll follow up the information, of course, and if it proves false, then we'll know she was lying." I didn't think it would be so simple, and I said so. "That all seems rather black and white, Aunt Agnes," I pointed out. "Most things are," Aunt Agnes said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "I hope we're not here too long," I complained. "Just as well we got some coffee and snacks on the way." "I'm hungry already," Aunt Agnes said. "We had better ration the food. We don't know how long we will be here." "I had a thought on the drive here," I said. "If the victim was actually blackmailing Mrs. Mumbles and her lover, then the two of them would surely be in close contact, even if one of them wasn't responsible for his murder. They would have to know they would be major suspects, so they would be in touch even more often, comparing notes." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Aunt Agnes said, and then took a large gulp of coffee. We were parked under a beautiful jacaranda tree, and a gentle breeze blew some purple leaves across the windscreen. "That's so magical," I said to Aunt Agnes. She ignored me and said, "If only Brina could remember her past. But then again, maybe she does, and she is not telling us." "Maybe," I said. "Aunt Agnes, do you think the murder was something to do with the other? Or do you think it's an entirely separate incident?" Aunt Agnes held up both hands, palms upwards. "I don't have a clue, to be honest. It seems a strange coincidence, but then again, coincidences do happen." "I suppose so," I said. My stomach rumbled loudly. "I hope Brina comes back soon." I was half asleep when Brina returned. Aunt Agnes slipped out of the car and flung a bathrobe around her. "You shouldn't be running through the bushes naked," Aunt Agnes said in horror. "Why didn't you turn back into your cat form?" Brina did not respond. "Into the car with you," Aunt Agnes said. "Did you find something out?" I asked in an encouraging tone. Brina nodded. "Did you find out the name of Mrs. Mumbles' lover?" Aunt Agnes asked her. She shook her head. "Did you find out if Mrs. Mumbles murdered Ethelbert Jones?" Brina shook her head again, and I decided to take over the questioning. "What did you find out, Brina?" Caravan down the back, out of bounds, meets him there." "Good work, Brina," I said, impressed she had said so many words at once. She purred. "So, You don't know who he is or anything like that? She didn't call him by name, Aunt Agnes said. She was smiling, but I could see she was agitated. Meeting him soon, Brina added. Aunt Agnes was genuinely pleased. Good work, Brina. Brina purred louder. We should go there now, I said. Aunt Agnes asked Brina, Do you know where this caravan is? Yes. Can you show us? Yes, Brina said again. It dawned on me why Aunt Agnes wasn't sending Brina to spy on Mrs. Mumbles and her lover, and it was because she didn't trust her. We drove down a dirt lane, a rarely used dirt lane by the look of things. Aunt Agnes stopped the car when we reached some bushland. Brina, Valkyrie will follow you. Can you change back into cat form? But don't lose us, will you? We will have trouble keeping up with you. Brina changed back into a cat by way of response. She hissed angrily as the bathrobe enveloped her. Aunt Agnes at once lifted it off her. We all got out of the car, and Brina carefully padded her way down the road, looking over her shoulder to make sure we could keep up. We had to go through a paddock full of cows. They all stopped grazing and turned to stare at us. Well, I hope there isn't a bull in here, Aunt Agnes said, looking around. I didn't respond, but simply followed Aunt Agnes, who was following Brina. We skirted around some stinging nettle and then through some spotted gums and bottle brushes down by a stagnant pond full of croaking frogs. What if there are crocodiles? Aunt Agnes said, clutching my arm. Aunt Agnes, have you gone mad? There are no crocs this far south. Aunt Agnes shuddered. How do you know? They're cunning. I pulled out my phone and searched. See, I said triumphantly, the furthest south crocodiles have been spotted is a 7-hour drive north of here. Aunt Agnes did not respond. She was crouching as she hurried past a bunch of reeds. I did the same until we reached thick undergrowth. There are probably snakes and ticks in here, Aunt Agnes said. I decided it prudent not to comment on Aunt Agnes's sudden fear of wildlife. Is it far? I asked Brina, but she was in cat form, so did not respond. At least, she kept waiting for us to catch up. We reached a spot where the tree roots covered the ground. The roots made the going difficult, and a fall would mean a twisted ankle. Finally, we spotted the caravan. It was an old one, shabby white in colour, and covered with patches of pale green mildew. There was a high wire fence around it, and a lot of old wooden pallets covered with mildew. I figured it had been used as a storage area, and maybe still was. The dirt road ran past it. A dirty white goat was in a nearby paddock. She too watched us as we went past. The cat sat down. Aunt Agnes and I crouched. Good work, Brina, Aunt Agnes said. Stay in cat form for now. Brina simply washed her face with one paw. I hope Mrs. Mumbles doesn't take long, I complained. We haven't brought any food or coffee. Sometimes I wonder if all you think about is your stomach, Aunt Agnes said. All this spying makes me hungry. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes and then grabbed my arm as Mrs. Mumbles scurried down the hill. She was moving quite nimbly. When she reached the caravan, she looked around before letting herself inside. There was no sign of her lover. Is her lover in there already? Aunt Agnes asked Brina. She simply meowed. Just then I heard a car in the distance. There's your answer, I said. The staff at the nursery won't see him coming from that direction. Still, surely if one of them wanders down, they would see the car here. The staff wouldn't have any reason to wander down, Aunt Agnes said. And there's a hill between this caravan and the nursery. Besides, I'm pretty sure that road is Mrs. Mumbles' private road, and I guess she keeps it locked, and he has the key. What if someone sees him unlock it to get in? I asked Aunt Agnes. She shrugged. I have no idea. The car came into view. I held my breath, waiting to see who it was. It wasn't a vintage car, and it wasn't the white car Alec Alden had followed us in. When I saw the identity of the man who got out of the car, I gasped. "Killian Cosgrove," I said. "It's Killian Cosgrove." "Shush," Aunt Agnes said. "He might be here for an innocent reason. Perhaps he does pedicure house calls and collects the money on the sly so his wife won't know." I looked at Aunt Agnes as if she had lost her marbles, but didn't say anything. Mrs. Mumbles emerged from the caravan and soon engaged Killian in a passionate kiss. I raised my eyes at Aunt Agnes as if to say, "I told you so." They hurried into the caravan. I was going to send Breena up that tree to see if the person who arrived was Mrs. Mumbles' lover, but I think we've seen for ourselves, Aunt Agnes said. "Let's leave." Aunt Agnes and Breena took off, but I had a cramp in my leg. "Hurry up, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "I'll be right behind you," I said. "Cramp! Ouch!" Breena ran ahead and Aunt Agnes took off after her. I flexed my foot until the cramp went and then tried to stand up, but as I did so I tripped hard, saying rude words. I fell. I sat in the mud with a hand clamped over my mouth, hoping I hadn't been heard. I risked a look at the caravan and saw the curtains slide shut. Had Mrs. Mumbles or Killian Cosgrove seen me? And what if one of them was the killer? I crouched down, intending to sprint as fast as I could in that position to the safety of Aunt Agnes's car once the cramp had eased. A heavy hand clamped over my mouth. Chapter 20. I struggled and tried to scream, but my attacker was too strong for me. I hoped Aunt Agnes or Breena would come back looking for me. My assailant dragged me towards the caravan. I figured it was either Killian Cosgrove or Mrs. Mumbles, so someone had seen me through the window after all. The caravan door flung open and I was pushed inside, coming face to face with a startled Mrs. Mumbles. "Killian, you didn't!" she screeched. Her face was as white as a ghost. "She saw us," he said. "She was snooping around." "So what?" Mrs. Mumbles said. "She can't know anything." "She and her aunt know about us," he said. "I told you they said you recommended the spa, but you didn't." "They might have been confused," Mrs. Mumbles protested. "After all, the police think Agnes Jasper murdered Ethelbert, so she was simply doing some investigating on her own." Killian had pushed me into the seat in the caravan and was pressing down on my shoulder with one meaty hand. "Did you murder Ethelbert Jones?" I asked him. "Don't say anything," Mrs. Mumbles said to Killian. "She knows, Mildred. Don't you understand? She knows it was me." "Then if she knows, her aunts do too. Why didn't you just leave her alone? They can't prove anything." Killian sighed. "Mildred, I've already explained this. She saw us here. If nothing else, she knows we're having an affair. I've gone to all those lengths to stop people knowing about the affair. We paid that dreadful man a fortune. And what if your husband finds out about us?" "So Ethelbert Jones was blackmailing you both, was he?" I said. I wanted to keep them talking, because surely Aunt Agnes would come back looking for me at any minute. "Yes, he was a leech," Killian snapped. He was still pressing down on my shoulder. "He wanted more and more money. Mildred couldn't afford to take any more out of her business, and if I took any more out of the business I own with my wife, then she'd get suspicious." "Why don't both of you leave your partners?" I asked them. "Because I have a prenup with my husband," Mrs. Mumbles said. "He's a wealthy businessman who spends nearly all his time in Sydney. If Killian's wife found out he was having an affair with me and she told my husband, he'd divorce me and I wouldn't get a cent. I'd lose my business. Killian, what are you going to do with her?" Her expression was pinched. "It's obvious he's going to murder me too," I said. "Please stop him. Did you know anything about the murder?" "Only after he did it," she said. "Killian, 2 murders is too much. I don't like it any more than you do, Mildred, but I don't have a choice," he said. "Surely you understand that." I looked at her hopefully, but to my dismay she said, "Killian, I know you're right, but I just don't like it. You'll have to make it look like an accident," she added, "or people will connect the murders. If the police really do suspect Agnes Jasper is Ethelbert's murder, they certainly won't suspect she killed her niece too." "You'll have to make it look like an accident," she said again. Killian scratched his head with his free hand. "How can I make it look like an accident?" he said. "That will be hard." Mrs. Mumbles crossed her hands over her chest. "It's a pity you didn't make Ethelbert's death look like an accident." Killian was still muttering to himself. "An accident, an accident," he repeated. "That's too hard." "Come on, Aunt Agnes, hurry up," I thought. Surely Aunt Agnes didn't think I was still rolling around the ground, clutching my cramped leg. Was she out there right now, wondering what to do? I hoped she had called Lucas. "I'll have to deal with her right now," Killian said. "Mildred, bring the car as close as you can to the caravan door." "No one can see anything down here," she protested. "We can't take any chances." She nodded and headed out the door. I held my breath, hoping she would go for help, but that was not to be the case. Minutes later, she opened the door. "I can't see anyone," she said. "Hurry." "Get me some cord," he said, "so she doesn't try anything funny." Killian took my phone from my pocket and turned it off. He put it back in his pocket. "I'll have to dispose of this when I dispose of her," he said. Mrs. Mumbles hurried outside and then returned with some black twine. Killian tied it around my wrists, and he grabbed my arm and dragged me to the car. I hoped someone would see me driving away, but to my dismay, I saw it was a commercial van used in the nursery business. Mrs. Mumbles opened the back door of the van and he pushed me inside. He tied me to a rail that ran along one wall of the van. "We need something to gag her with in case she calls out," he said. "Maybe one of your socks?" Mrs. Mumbles offered. I opened my mouth in shock. "What about this?" he said, picking up a rag. Before Mrs. Mumbles could respond, he stuffed it in my mouth. At first, I panicked, feeling that I couldn't breathe. After I breathed in and out a few times through my nose, I grew a little more settled. Surely someone would rescue me. Surely it couldn't all end like this. And where was he taking me? I had no doubt Aunt Agnes would come looking for me. She would realise what had happened and hopefully interrogate Mrs. Mumbles, forcing her to talk. But would it be too late? The car started and then drove off quickly. He went around bends so violently I would have been flung to the floor had my hands not been tied to the rail. I tried to concentrate. I had to come up with a plan. But what? I thought of my vampire speed. If he let me go, even for an instant, I could get away from him. That thought cheered me up a little. At least there was some glimmer of hope, no matter how small. Killian drove for what seemed like 15 minutes, although it could have been anything. I was unable to judge the time. I had no idea where he would take me, but I didn't want to think about that. Cold fear washed over me again and again in waves. As he opened the door, a bout of nausea hit me. Killian didn't come to the car for some time, and I figured he was looking around for witnesses. He didn't have a gun, so did he intend to strangle me? I was terrified. Killian charged into the van and untied me from the rail. Unfortunately, he kept a vice-like grip on my arm, so I was unable to use my vampire speed to sprint away. The rag had fallen out of my mouth. Killian picked it up, but didn't stuff it back in my mouth. "Mrs. Mumbles said you were supposed to make it look like an accident," I said in a small voice. "I am," he said. "I'm going to make it look like you were hiking and fell off the cliff." "No one will ever believe that," I said, hoping I could get in front of him. "I don't go hiking." I hoped I would get the opportunity to knee him hard in the unmentionables. "It's the best I can do under the circumstances," he said. "You women always complaining. I'd like to see you do better murdering someone." He dragged me close to the cliff edge. I could hear the waves smashing on the rocks below. A few more steps and it would all be over. I looked around wildly. There was no sign of anyone, Lucas or Aunt Agnes. No one was coming to my aid. Killian dragged me behind some bushes and made me crouch down. "What are you doing?" I said, before he stuffed the rag back in my mouth once more. "Hiding, obviously, you idiot," he said. "I thought I was followed here, so I'm just making sure." Sure enough, I heard a car pull up, but I wasn't able to see who it was from my position. I heard footsteps walking towards us until they were right over the bush. "I can see you," a voice whispered. I felt Killian tense beside me, but he did not respond. "I can see you," the voice said again. Killian stood up, still clutching my arm. There was Alec Alden. I couldn't have been more shocked. "Let the girl go," Alec said. Killian laughed. "And what are you going to do about it, old man?" Alec continued to look at him and manoeuvred closer to the cliff edge, placing himself between us and the sheer drop. "What's it to you?" Killian said. "I have a vested interest in her safety," Alec whispered. "Excuse me, I couldn't quite hear you," Killian said. To me, he said, "I'll deal with you next." With that, he pushed me hard to one side and made a lunge for Alec. Alec jumped out the way with what could only be vampire speed, and Killian flew over the cliff. Alec glided over to me and took the rag out of my mouth, and then produced a small knife and cut the twine. I gasped. "Is he dead?" I squeaked. Alec looked over the edge. "No, but he doesn't look good," he whispered. "Don't look, Miss Jasper. It will upset you." He turned to me. "I have a confession to make." I was still too shocked to take anything in. This was all surreal. I clutched my head with both hands in an attempt to stop it spinning. "I'm secretly working for the council," he said. "I was keeping an eye on Beckett Maxwell to protect him." He pulled a white linen handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed his eyes. "Alas, I fell down on that job. I'm protecting you and your aunts, and your parents too." I gasped. "My parents?" I said. He nodded slowly. "Yes, I've been trying to keep them safe ever since they came back to Lighthouse Bay. I don't know if you're aware, but somebody here is working for the other, and I thought it was Killian Cosgrove, but now I'm not so sure. Any spy for the other wouldn't be as stupid as he was." "You're a vampire?" Alec nodded. "Yes," he whispered. "Come on, I'll take you back to your aunts." "I must call them and tell them I'm safe," I said, but then said, "Killian had my phone in his pocket, and it's gone over the edge with him." "Never mind. I'm sure you'll get a new one with your insurance," Alec said in a soothing tone. "I must get you back to your aunts and inform the police. I don't carry a mobile phone. I find them vulgar." We got in the car, and he handed me a flask. "Witch's brew," he said. "You look like you could do with some." I thanked him and took a large gulp. Alec Alden had been working for the council this whole time. I could scarcely believe it, but then again, I'd had a horrible shock. I had only been inches from certain death, and I had been saved by the most unlikely person. I did not realise anything was amiss until Alec stopped the car at a deserted lighthouse. "What are we doing here?" I asked Alec. I wondered why my voice was hoarse. In fact, I wondered why my sight was blurred. Alec shook his head. "I had no idea you were so gullible, Miss Jasper. I'm going to trade you for your parents." Chapter 21. I couldn't sleep the whole night, racked by dreams of Alec Alden kidnapping me to trade me for my parents. Alec wanted to destroy the Vampire Council, and he believed killing my parents would help get the job done. In one of the many dreams, he had whispered his plan to me in that infuriatingly quiet voice of his. "You'll be just fine, Miss Jasper. It's just your parents who are going to die." I awoke with tears streaming down my face. I realised I wasn't in my own bed at all. It was a moment before I gathered myself together. I was in a small room with round stone walls and a small window shaped like an arch carved into the stone. I'd never seen such a strange room before. I stood on the bed, ignoring the creak of rusty springs, and glanced out the window. We were high on a cliff top overlooking an ocean. I could hear the waves now as my heartbeat quietened far too slowly for my liking. They weren't dreams after all. Alec Alden had kidnapped me, and he planned to trade my life for the life of my parents. I tried to concentrate on an escape plan. If only Brina were here, she could have led Lucas to where I was being kept. I guessed from the strange roundness of the room and the ocean below that I was being kept in a lighthouse, perhaps the run-down old thing that I used to jog past, that parents warned their children to stay away from, that the homeless used to shelter in from the storm. My heart thudded loudly now. Nobody would find me here. It didn't stop thudding when the door opened and a figure stepped into the room. Alec Alden. My hair stood on end as he whispered, "Enjoying the view, Miss Jasper?" I tried not to let him see me jump out of my skin. "Yes, it's lovely. What girl wouldn't want a free holiday at the beach? I hope you will let me skip the minibar bill." I stayed standing on the bed, looking down my nose at Alec Alden. He could kidnap me and plan the murder of my parents all he liked. I refused to show him a second of fear. "I've sent word to your aunts," he said now. "They're probably too busy to pay attention to you," I announced haughtily and folded my arms. I hoped my aunts, my parents, and Lucas refused to give in to Alec's demands. But I also hoped they would come up with a plan to find and free me. "I can see your mind ticking over," Alec said now. "Don't try anything reckless, or it is your friends who will pay." One thing bothered me. Why did you alert me to the fact that Weston Maxwell killed his uncle, Beckett? You and Weston were both working for the other. His expression changed to distaste. Weston was careless and went against orders. He didn't know who I really was, so I thought it best to dispose of him. "I shall leave you alone for now, Miss Jasper." I sighed deeply with relief when he slipped slowly out of the room and closed the door. I heard the turning of a key in the lock and footsteps as he walked down what I assumed was a spiral staircase. "Think," I whispered to myself, but it was hard to see what I could do, locked in a tiny room, way up high, with only a bed and an old-fashioned picture of a boat nailed high on the wall. I remember how he had kidnapped me now. He had no doubt spiked the witch's brew with herbs that brought on a restless sleep. No wonder I felt so dizzy. I sat on the bed and buried my face in my hands. I stayed this way until the sun was high in the sky, when Alec opened the door and escorted me down to the kitchen. He'd packed away all the utensils, so stabbing him in the hand with a butter knife and running out of the lighthouse was sadly not an option. He told me to sit and placed a piece of burnt toast and a cup of flat lemonade in front of me. Alec had treated himself to a more scrumptious lunch. He set down a plate of barbecued mackerel with beetroot and apple salad and an ice-cold beer. I tried not to cringe as he smacked his lips, sucking the meat off the bone of the fish with primal glee in his eyes. I nibbled on my toast, nodding along as he ranted in that quiet voice about the council and my parents. I hoped he'd finish up soon, so I could return to the little round room. Isolation was far more enjoyable than spending any time whatsoever with Alec Alden. Glancing over to the window, I noticed the flicker of a sleek black tail, and then 2 yellow eyes looking at me through the greenery. It was Breena! I had to dig my fingernails into the palms of my hand to stop from screaming out, but even then Alec had noticed my body language go stiff. He glanced over to the windowsill, but Breena had vanished with another flick of her tail. So my aunts and Lucas knew that Alec had kidnapped me, and now they would know where he was keeping me. I was a girl who liked to save myself, but I didn't mind the occasional gorgeous vampire bursting in to save the day either, and I hoped Lucas wouldn't take too long to make his way to the lighthouse. The lighthouse already had signs warning people to steer clear, and now I'd gathered my thoughts a little better. I remembered on the drive up to the cliffside passing at least a dozen more warning signs. Alec must have put them up to make certain everyone was determined to avoid the lighthouse and the sheer cliff drop below it, so nobody would find where he was doing his nefarious business. I hoped Lucas would trust Breena and not pay any attention to the signs. Not that I had to worry. 5 minutes later, while Alec was licking his plate clean and my half-eaten toast was gathering a fly or two, the lighthouse door burst open. Lucas flew into the lighthouse. Breena padded in behind him and looking very pleased with herself. "Get away from her!" Lucas shouted as Alec wrapped a hand around my elbow and pulled me out the back door. I was too stunned to react in time, and it didn't help my cause that Alec was incredibly strong. Even though he came across as an anemic man without the energy to speak above a whisper, he was a vampire, which meant he would have no trouble fighting me off. It only took 5 steps for Alec to manoeuvre me to the cliff edge. "What do you want?" Lucas demanded.
"You know what I want," Alec whispered. "Breena, go and tell the aunts to fetch Pepper's parents," Lucas said to my cat, who curled her tail with annoyance and just sat there. Cats don't really take orders, not even in a life or death situation. "Don't take a step closer or Miss Jasper here goes over the cliff," Alec told Lucas. "If I go over the cliff, then you won't have anybody to trade for my parents, Alec," I told him. "Come and stop him, Lucas," I added. But it didn't appear that Lucas was willing to take any risks. I noticed his throat tighten as he looked back and forth between Alec and me. He had a curiously expressionless face, but I knew Lucas. I knew his protective instincts were screaming right now. "We're both vampires, Alec. Surely we can solve this issue together. Nobody has to die," Lucas reasoned. Alec shook his head and sneered. "I want the council destroyed, and I always get what I want." I flinched as he jerked my arm and noticed that Lucas flinched too. I decided if Alec tried to throw me over the cliff, I'd drag him down with me. At least that way my parents and the council would be safe from his schemes. All right, just relax," Lucas said. I shook my head. It wasn't a big enough gesture for Alec to notice, but Lucas, who was always watchful of my every move, noticed, just as I noticed his brow furrow slightly in confusion. I nodded towards Alec in the hopes Lucas would get my non-verbal message. For a moment he didn't, and then his eyes widened in surprise. He nodded at me, but only so I would notice. Alec was really too concerned with himself and his plan to read our body language. "Or don't relax," Lucas said. "You're not smart enough to bring down the council, Alec," he sniffed. "What is this? Reverse psychology?" "No, it's the truth." "Hardly. You can't take down the council, so you kidnap a defenceless person." "You and I both know Miss Jasper is not defenceless," Alec replied. "Well, compared to the council, she's defenceless, but you're neither smart enough nor strong enough to take them on directly.
So you sneak about like the stupid little ferret you are, scheming and planning and rubbing your hands together like you're a big, bad vampire. I am one of the strongest vampires in the world. So that's why you're trying to kill an innocent woman, because you're so tough. My plan was working. I'd signalled Lucas to wind Alec up, and I could sense Alec getting angrier and angrier by the minute. I don't listen to little boys, Alec spluttered, squeezing my arm even tighter. I tried not to show the pain on my face, or else Lucas would stop winding Alec up and my plan would be ruined. I needed this plan to work, and I didn't have time to think of a second. A real vampire with any sort of power wouldn't need to skulk around. They attack directly. "Why, you nonsense! I'll show you," Alec cried, for the first time raising his voice a little above a whisper. He pushed me to the side. Luckily, I'd balanced my weight just in case he did this, and I fell forward onto the grass instead of toppling over the cliff and onto the rocks below. Alec lunged at Lucas, but Lucas stepped to the side. While Alec recovered to launch another attack on Lucas, I had enough time to snag a shovel out of the long-neglected garden and clock him on the back of the head. He collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. I was just about to see if he was breathing, even though I could see from the rise and fall of his chest that he was, when Lucas grabbed me and pulled me into a tight hug. All the muscles in my body relaxed as I felt his warmth through the thin cotton of his shirt. He broke away from me for a moment to slip his jacket around my trembling shoulders. Now that Alec was down and out, I was no longer afraid to show how vulnerable I felt, and I let myself sigh as Lucas pulled me back into his arms. He whispered something into my hair, but the noise was muffled. I laughed, not caring what he said, just happy to be alive, and to be alive in the arms of Lucas. I heard a car tear up the cliff road. I guessed my aunts had ignored the signs blocking the road, but Lucas and I refused to let go of each other. I could let my parents and the aunts fuss over me later, and I could explain to Brina that she should listen when someone asked her to go for help. But for now, I wanted to stand there on the cliff edge and listen to the beating of Lucas's heart. Minutes later, the aunts arrived in Agnes's car, tyres screeching, and took Alec Alden away to be interrogated by my parents. "I'm sorry," Lucas whispered in my ear, his hand pressed protectively into the small of my back as we walked away from the lighthouse. "I should have stopped Alec before he kidnapped you." "That's all right, Lucas. I'm fine. I promise." But Lucas still looked worried. "I'm fine, really," I said again. "I hope you're not just saying that so I won't worry about you. I'm always going to worry about you. You do like to spend your time solving murders, and murderers don't seem to like it all that much." I didn't say anything. Instead, I slipped my arm through his and sighed. Lucas seemed too absorbed in his worried thoughts to notice. I wished we didn't have to leave the lighthouse. I wished I could spend the afternoon among the bumblebees on the soft grass with Lucas, but I desperately wanted to race to the tunnel and speak with my parents about Alec. Chapter 22. After my parents told me they were still questioning Alec Alden and scolded me at length for putting myself in danger, Lucas and I found ourselves drinking tea in the kitchen at Mugwort Manor. Aunt Dorothy was asking me if I was quite all right. At least, Aunt Dorothy thought she was asking me if I was quite all right. She was actually talking to the curtains, but didn't seem to know it, given her eyesight was still very poor and she still refused to wear glasses. "Does Aunt Dorothy really think I'd wear that shade of green?" I muttered to Aunt Agnes, looking at the hideous curtains. "You'd look lovely in anything," Aunt Maud said. "Now, would you please take these spinach artichoke bites to the table in the garden?" "No," I replied, pouring myself a very large glass of witch's brew. I had the feeling the aunts were going to be extra strange tonight. Aunt Maud huffed. "Why not?" "Because they're spinach artichoke bites." Dorothy was now telling the curtains about how, on the 17th of September in 1837, the London-Birmingham line opened in England and the railway boom started. The line connected London to the Midlands for the first time, she said, and had been planned since 1833. "Never mind the daft old bird," Aunt Agnes said to me. "You need to show off more cleavage if you want that fella to stick around." "Aunt Agnes," I cried, "Lucas doesn't want me for my breasts." I considered the aunts had been drinking far too much that evening. Aunt Agnes nodded. "I know. How could he when you don't have any?" "Spinach artichoke bites," Aunt Maud reminded me, pushing the platter of foul little edibles into my hands. When Aunt Maud was too busy arguing with Aunt Agnes, I ditched the platter on the windowsill and picked up a bowl of guacamole hummus and tucked a packet of corn chips underneath my chin. No matter what Agnes believed, my apparently non-existent bosom was hardly going to scare Lucas away, but Aunt Maud's appetizers definitely would do the job. "How are you?" Lucas said when I reached the garden, his handsome face golden and radiant in the twilight. "Aunt Dorothy is talking to the curtains," Lucas grinned. "It's only a concern if the curtains talk back." Aunt Agnes had decorated the table with a centrepiece of checkered Irish moss, which was lovely and also very illegal, since she'd hopped the fence in her gumboots and stolen the centrepiece from Euphemia Jones. I filled a galvanised metal planter with potting soil and arranged the Irish moss in 2 shades. I picked the dark green Sagina subulata and the chartreuse Sagina subulata, Aunt Agnes had announced, after she stepped back into the manor with the centrepiece tucked underneath one arm. And I had replied, "Don't you mean Euphemia Jones filled a galvanised metal planter with potting soil and arranged the Irish moss in 2 shades? Aunt Agnes had tilted back her head and said, "Who?" "Now," I said to Aunt Agnes when she appeared with the pink champagne at my elbow, "I don't think those are our cushions either." "They are now." "I'm worried about Valkyrie." Aunt Dorothy emerged from the house with her eyes narrowed. "She's looking a little green, and she didn't care even a little bit about the British Railroad." "Probably because she was a curtain," Agnes said. "And the British Railroad was incredibly boring," Lucas added in my ear. Aunt Maud appeared with the spinach artichoke bites and a furious expression on her face. I ducked behind Lucas and waited for the storm to pass me in a huff. Then I filled a flute of champagne and sat in a chair. I'd only just escaped a kidnapper intent on murdering me, and then another kidnapper intent on murdering my parents, and now Maud expected me to suffer artichoke too. "Are you all right?" Lucas sat in the chair beside me. "Of course," I said. "Why do you think I'm not all right?" "Because you just sculled a whole flute of pink champagne, and now you've got the hiccups." "I do not," I muttered, and then I hiccuped. "You mustn't mind Valkyrie's itty-bitty bosom, Lucas," Aunt Agnes announced. "She can't help that she'd rather be brainy than beautiful. Some girls are like that, you know. It's a most admirable quality." An arrogant voice said, "What did you say?" We turned to see Euphemia Jones sticking her bright pink face over the garden fence. Aunt Agnes furrowed her brow. "I wasn't talking to the likes of you." "Is that my Irish moss?" Euphemia said then. "Is it on your garden table?" "Well, no." "Then go away." Aunt Agnes turned her back on Euphemia, while Aunt Dorothy started talking to the garden rake by the watermelons. "You must eat more, Valkyrie," she pleaded. "You were looking green a few minutes ago, and now you are looking incredibly thin. It's not healthy, my dear." When dinner was finished and Aunt Agnes was assured that Lucas wasn't going to leave me, the inebriated aunts cleared the table, and Brina ran out with a cooking apron trailing from her mouth. I recognised the apron at once. It belonged to Euphemia Jones. The poor woman had tried to dress the cottage she was renting with Irish moss and cushions, which my aunt had stolen, and she had tried to make herself feel more at home by buying an apron, which Brina had just stolen. Lucas and I slipped into the hammock and cuddled up together as we discussed Euphemia's very bad time in Lighthouse Bay. I had newly discovered that being kidnapped is an excellent excuse to get away with not doing the dishes. It was hard to focus on Euphemia and stolen Irish moss when Lucas smelt so good, like tobacco and whiskey and soap. Privately, I wondered how Lucas smelt like tobacco when he didn't smoke, but as he smelt so wonderful, I didn't ever plan on asking him. Instead, I sighed and snuggled back into him as he wrapped his arms around me. Together we watched as Brina buried the apron beneath the lavenders. "I really should talk Aunt Dorothy into wearing glasses," I muttered after the sun had set and the warm summer evening came alive with the sound of delirious crickets. "But it's so much fun watching her yell at the watering can because she thinks the watering can is Brina and has been leaving snake skins at the back door to scare her," Lucas protested. "Maybe it was the watering can," I asked. "It does look rather naughty." "That's because you stuck googly eyes on it and then drew in some very angry eyebrows." "True." The aunts were singing in the kitchen now. Aunt Maud had put on an old Cary Grant film, My Favourite Wife, and now they were taking swigs out of a tequila bottle as they drooled over Mr. Grant. I thought about taking the tequila away from them. The last time the aunts drank tequila instead of witch's brew, they ended up nude and dancing along Mr. Carpenter's stone fence. The neighbour didn't seem to mind, although his wife did very much, and I barely had enough money to spring one aunt from jail, let alone 3. I don't know what Aunt Agnes was so worried about. If they were not going to scare away Lucas, then I hardly was. My teeth chattered. Lucas took off his jacket and tucked it around me like a blanket. "We can go inside," he said then. I thought of Cary Grant being effortlessly debonair and remembered the wild crush I'd had on him as a child. But Cary Grant was a dream, while Lucas was real, sitting beside me with all that warmth peeling off his golden skin. I shook my head but said nothing. "You want me to get you anything?" Lucas slipped off my sandals and began to rub my feet, and he was being so sweet and gentle, I didn't have the heart to tell him I was desperately ticklish. "No," I squeaked. I bit the inside of my mouth to stop from bursting out with hysterical laughter. I closed my eyes. The last time anyone tickled me, they ended up in hospital with a concussion. Now Lucas had taken my whole entire left foot in his hands and was rubbing even harder. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Completely fine," I lied. Men like taking care of the people they love, and I couldn't bear to see his sweet, handsome face crumple with embarrassment if I told him to stop. "I don't mean to annoy you, but are you sure?" His tone was friendly, but his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He dug his thumb into the arch of my foot, and for a moment the ticklishness stopped. The stronger pressure made the ticklish jolts shooting up my leg disappear. "I didn't mean to scare you today," I said, letting out a sharp exhale. He'd gone back to the light touch again. He shrugged and flashed a cheeky grin at me. "You didn't ask to get kidnapped." "True." I tried to pull my foot back, but he held on tightly. "This spot is so tense. Is this a spot that's been bugging you?" "Not that spot," I giggled, but it was too late. All of a sudden, my leg took on a mind of its own and kicked forward. My foot smacked Lucas in the nose, and he toppled backwards off the seat. He howled with shock as the aunts came running, wobbly, from the house. Aunt Dorothy ended up running straight into the fish pond, but Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud managed to make it across the garden without crashing into anything. "Are you hurt?" Aunt Agnes asked, clutching at Lucas. "Never mind Lucas," Aunt Maud cried. "Fish Dorothy out of the fish pond, would you?" Agnes wobbled away muttering as Lucas looked at me through narrowed eyes. "Never mind Lucas? Oh yeah, never mind the guy you just roundhouse kicked in the face?" He pinched the bridge of his nose. I stammered. "Is it broken?" "Don't know." I'll get the tequila, Aunt Maud said. Tequila won't help me, Lucas replied. Aunt Maud shook her head. It's not for you, boy. It's for me.
I crouched next to Lucas, who was still sprawled on the ground, clutching his nose. Everyone was terribly concerned. Except for Brina, naturally, who sat purring on the garden fence as she licked her paws. I brushed my hand through his soft, thick hair. I'm so sorry. I'm really ticklish. I just worked that one out for myself. Thanks. He frowned, but I could tell he wasn't angry. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were so sweet giving me a foot rub. Promise you're okay and that you're not mad at me. Promise you're not going to dump me for a non-ticklish girl with a proper bosom and 3 normal aunts and a cat who is really a person. Lucas smiled. I promise. I settled next to him on the ground. You're very sure? What can I say? He took away his hand and smiled at me. I'm used to you knocking me off my feet. The end.